Oh, nope, here they come. Never mind. It's fine.
Okay, speaking of funny, I did prep a joke because that's my thing.
Okay.
So check this one out.
All right. I
So
missed it.
yeah, that's okay. We'll do it. We'll do it live on the dot, whatever. So a paladin keeps running over pedestrians with his car. He takes his car to his mechanic and he says, "Hey, there's a problem. I keep running over pedestrians with my car." And the mechanic looks at the car for a moment and goes, "Oh yeah, here's your problem. Your alignment's off."
Welcome back once again to Pen and
off!
Sword, an extremely professional Dungeons and Dragons actual play show. How wonderful it is to be back. Indeed. Did you miss that? I did. First time in a little while we've all managed to be at the table together, you know, life and stuff. It's nice. That reminds me how nice it is. With that in mind, let's all get back to where we were, which was not nice. Last you were here, you had taken a trip on foot for about 2 weeks from the Dondalian capital of Rexentrum to the ruins of Shattengrod, a relatively recently discovered ruin of an Age of Arcanum city being excavated by the Empire, control of which was being shared between the Cobalt Soul and the Cerberus Assembly. Your Cobalt Soul ally Question had been having dreams of a number of artifacts you have all come to believe were important to the plans of Paimon and his devils, and this was Question's first suggested stop to recover one of those artifacts. The second you would recover if you were successful. You delved into the ruins, navigated a shattered cityscape of ancient towers and crumbling stone, fought off bullets, watched Huxley get swallowed by and then fought off a magma bullet, and as well as a number of strange aberrant creatures that none of you had ever really seen before. You found some old books, a strange dagger, and eventually came upon the first place of interest down here, the Heimnisvolum, better known to all of you as the Arcanium, a space of arcane academia within the old ancient city. You explored this uniquely and perhaps a bit unsettlingly silent space. Found a hall with a bunch of talking president style framed pieces of stained glass that depicted famous, presumably, faces of an age long past. Learned a couple of those names and a bit of their deeds, and discovered that a source of much trouble for all of you, one Clemaine Asteral, had himself contributed much to this place. Further explorations led you to actually finally track down your quarry, a large spell tome identified by Question via an attunement to be a vestige of divergence, known as the Grimoire Infinitus. What exactly that meant, or might mean, you aren't sure yet. Alongside it, you found a small diary and a body hidden in a secret warded compartment beneath the desk, all of which you believe to belong to someone you found to be Astural's seeming apprentice and protege, one Zorus Quenvir. The diary described Zorus's relationship with Astural and his discovery of something he called the core jewel, and other texts around the Arcanium led you to believe that whatever incident might have killed the body, might have even destroyed the city, seems to have led to this core jewel being sent away to a place called Zagenstar, though the direct correlation, causation, all of that's just theory right now. And before you had a chance to discuss this theory any further, you noticed some of you started feeling ill. Nimra and Huxley, not too badly, but Question definitely worse for wear. Worried that it was something in the air, something in this place, you all decided it was best to flee and hoped this was enough information to work off of and formulate a plan with. As you make your way back down and out towards the Arcanium's front exit, we will pick up there. You rush through the space, the sound of your footfalls on the stone echoing out around you, and you arrive to that large front grand hall that precedes the hallway with all the stained glass portraits. And as I had described when you arrived, there was a roughly 30 by 30 foot hole blown out of this front wall. And what you all notice immediately as you come to the very just past the hall of glass. It wasn't what it was called, but that's what I'm calling it now. And sort of maybe 30 feet into this grand hall. So you've still got a bit of a ways before you get to it, but you see that hole seems to be filled in with what is immediately apparent to the at least one of you with a ludicrously high passive perception. There's a lot
Who
of
could that
web.
be? Webs?
Webs.
I'm sorry. Like the things that come out
Like-
of the posterior of a spider?
Yes,
Not good.
like
Okay.
webs laced in the hole, and in that webbing, you can see two mostly wrapped up in the web creatures wriggling around and struggling to pull free. I'd say, actually, question. Up until this point, you've been working with I've been kind of assuming Rick has been using his torch, at least to be able to see. Would you still have that up? Would you have dropped that now that you're, like, moving quickly? Do you think you'd still have it on?
I can't see without it. So
Sure.
I
Okay.
kind of imagined, like, even if we're moving quickly, like torch in one hand, question in the other. Like,
Probably helping her, yeah.
Probably helping
yeah.
her. And I think like once we get to like this this spider web, Rick's gonna go, okay, this is not great. Question. And as he lets go of question, you'll see sort of this like crimson sort of glow from his hand. I'm gonna use 5 points of lay on hand to get rid of the poison in question. At which point I will then reach out. Yes. Lay on hands can rid the poison condition using 5 points.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Yeah. Oh, and then Rick's going to quickly sort of like reach out. Hopefully Nimra and Huxley are within the area. If I've got time, can I try to just quickly cleanse them of their poison too? Because I don't know what's coming and we need them at full strength. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I guess question, so you would have noticed the webbing and stuff and this movement in it from like something like at least 60 feet away from it.
Oh, geez. Okay.
It is lit well enough by the torch's dim light to be slightly visible.
Okay.
Would you get any closer, or are you like stopping, patching everybody while you can?
No, I mean like it's pretty quick. If we assume an action at 6 seconds, it's only about 20 seconds just to like get everybody to a place where at least they're not feeling sick to their stomachs. At which point, yes, I think without saying a word, Rick will slowly stalk towards this thing.
Okay, so then first, Rick and anybody who's keeping an eye on these webs while he stops to heal you up a bit, give me perception checks. And
24.
25.
Okay.
And 19.
Gotcha.
10.
So, Mal, Rick, Seal, you all notice, first of all, what is moving in those webs is this kind of long insectoid-ish like creature. It has 4 limbs, armor plating along the top of its body in plates with spikes, and armor plating along these limbs. The limbs all end in these disgusting hooks that come out quite like from the hand, coming out about this far, and then a small one that hooks in underneath. They have mandibles that are held at an awkward angle shut, and they have a long tail that is littered with little spines that stick out the bottom, and another one of these large hooks at the end. I'll drop it in the Discord. They look like this.
It's not necessary.
It is. There's 2 of them.
Oh. Ah.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
Webbed up in the webbing, unmoving.
I don't
And
like
as
that.
you
So those are
watch
the ones
them-
that are caught.
Yes. And
Ugh.
feel Rick pump you with this. None of you feel any better.
Huh.
Oh, great. Yeah, it's radiation poisoning, so, that tracks.
I mean, poison is poison. Like,
And as Rick, like you said, you start to move forward, you can sense with your passive perception quite easily there is more movement on the webbing that is still adding to this web
okay.
at the moment. And you start to see kind of creep up over one side so these creatures that you see here, from a mechanical perspective, they are medium. They are smaller than you guys. You can kind of quickly doing a little visualizing in your head. If they were on the ground in front of you, they would be smaller. Maybe if they were laid out straight, tail to head, they'd be longer or taller than you. But they generally appear to be smaller, right? What you see sort of clamber its way over and onto these creatures to finish webbing them up is considerably larger. The 8 limbs, a number of more than 8, maybe, eyes, mostly colored in white and blue. The ends of its sharp, pointed limbs, a dark blue, transitioning to white, to a blue back and a white belly, and blue eyes. That sort of, these eyes of theirs sort of pulse dimly with a soft blue glow. One of these things crawls over, finishes webbing it up, and then you see it sort of stops, and its head kind of at you, Rick, and freezes. And you see it lifts one limb up, and just kind of the web to shake it, and then you see another one sort of clamber over the top and look at you, and they both just sort of stare at you.
Okay. So, real quick, above table to the rest of the players, is this Ruby's way of saying, I want you to explore more? Or is it Ruby's way of saying, fuck you guys, it's been too easy up to this point, let's make it more difficult? Because we came in this way, which means Nimra has a map, but it only takes us back this direction.
Yes. I was going to say, to be fair, the map you had doesn't, but yeah, the map you've been making would lead you back out the same
The
way.
map that we've been making, the path we know we've cleared.
But also, to be
Cleared.
fair, the size of the building, like if you found a different exit, the map would be just as useful. Like the building isn't so massive that like you needed a map of its internals to find your way back out.
Oh, I was picturing a labyrinth. Okay.
Yeah. This is a rather humble institution. Like Rick, you and Seal and Hux, you would be aware of the relative size and scope of the Soltris Academy in Rexentrum. This is a smaller place than that.
All right.
How
It might
opposed
be useful
are
to
we?
have a map as a student, but just in and out, not a big deal. Sorry,
Okay.
continue.
All right.
I mean, I'm of the mindset that Fireball cannot fix many issues, but I do believe it could potentially fix this one. I don't like those things. I don't like anything over in that direction.
All right. Well, we still
You
have an
see they
opportunity to.
both
Not anymore.
sort of chitter at each other a little bit, and then they just kind of keep watching you. They have stopped webbing up whatever they're doing. They're just sitting there, still staring at you.
You all are probably acutely aware of my vote in this particular situation, but I also acknowledge that several of us are not feeling our best.
Oh. Yep. Forgive me.
All right. Rick will take one step back, torch still out in front of him, to see if there's any movement at all from these things. Do they react to him moving? Because I assume we all kind of just stopped.
Right. So what you're doing, you just kind of back up.
I just want to back up. Just you.
Okay. How much do you back up, or do you just back up till you see a like?
No,
talking like a
one.
step, or
We're taking
like
it one step at a time.
Okay, gotcha. They don't seem to react.
Okay.
Like you take a step back, they don't seem to do anything. You take another. If you take a couple, they'll kind of again sort of like. Well, you can't see expressions, but they can they look at each other, and and then kind of back, but then they just sort of. And it's awkward because they're spiders, so their bodies don't really move like that, but like their head area is kind of like aimed at you, like they're looking at you, they're watching you, but they don't seem to rush to do anything or react or anything. They're still just sort of sitting there.
Okay, so his first thought was like maybe we stepped into like their territory, right? Maybe it's a territorial thing, but if he's managed to progress back and they haven't gone back to what they're doing, then there's no solid line, right? There's no like area that they've claimed as theirs. And Rick turns to the rest of the party. Okay. They seem to be intelligent enough to notice we are here and not animalistic enough to attack or go back to what they are doing. So I'm going to have a conversation with them. I suggest you all probably take a few steps back in preparation to run.
I would like to prepare a firebolt just in case this shit goes sideways.
Oh, it's going to.
We know this. That's why I'm doing it.
So then in a complete reverse of what he just did, slow steps forward till he feels like he's within, well, I wouldn't know that, to right about where he was, and then one more step forward. I assume you are capable of some sort of language as you have been talking to each other. Can you understand me?
And you see they look at each other, they chitter a bit. And then you see they kind of, how do I describe this physical action? They chitter at each other a bit. And then there's like a kind of like, so I'm gonna try to visualize. You got the spiders like this, looking at each other. This one was the one that you saw first, right? It like tapped, the other one came out, and they're like chitter or whatever, and then they're like, like back and forth a couple times. I'm so good at this. I'm a professional. And then after a bit of that, one of them kind of looks at you. The one you saw first. You see its eyes glow brighter. And like a kind of, all of you sort of hear like a kind of emanate off of it. And Rick, you will hear in your head, "Wer bist du?"
Wonderful.
Do you speak Zemnian, by the way?
I do.
It is like all of the text in this place for the most part. It is very clearly an old Zemnian, and it roughly comes through as "Who are you?"
Gonna make me do this. Okay. I was not prepared for this.
I know you're always so eager to kill things.
What's that?
Nothing.
I'm not. No. Okay. We are explorers from the surface. We mean no harm. We just want to pass back the way we came.
They look at each other again, and then the same kind of. And this is, I'm not gonna fucking do the German translation every time. This is still in older Zemnian though. That's what they speak in. Friend, passing through? Enemy? Food? Which one?
We are passing through. We can be friends. Definitely not the enemies. No enemy, no food. Don't taste good.
You see the other one. I would like friend.
We can,
And then
can
they
be friends.
start, and then the other one like at it, and it's just sort of they kind of back off a bit. And the first one pulses again. Apologies for closing exit. Caught these ones skulking around. They are weak and hungry. Cannot survive here very well. So was easy pickings. And they kind of that like taps the thing it has wrapped up in there, which like strains and just out at it, and it just like closes its mandibles down around it, and it like freezes up and does not move. And then it just kind of, and then you see it pulse again, and it is gone and appears on the floor 10 feet from the web, just having from place to place. And then the other one, same thing.
Rick
And
points at the things in the web. Food?
Yes, very soon.
Interesting. Well, there goes the accent. Rick will take. What's the distance between us?
If they poof, if you backed up a bit, I'd say it's still the same. Because you backed up some, and then
He
then
he held
it's
his
50
ground, so
feet.
they blinked towards him.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
you also because you were 60 feet when you saw them. Did you get closer from that?
Yeah.
originally?
Rick moved up, then moved back, then moved up. So I would imagine 30 feet between
Okay,
us,
because
maybe?
they just moved 10 feet closer to you, essentially.
Yeah,
from
well,
the
Rick
web
also
to-
moved closer to have this
So you're-
conversation. So,
Yeah, you're probably
Not-
someone
not
like
far.
20 feet apart
Not
right now.
far.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But they don't seem to be making like a move forward. They just kind of to the ground.
Okay, cool.
And they're sort of just,
Rick will turn back, look at the party, give sort of this like wry sort of smile. It's a smile. I'm trying to think about if the entire party has seen this before, because it's something Rick does a lot, which is like, oh, I just had a thought. Like, this is... Mal is probably very familiar with this particular look, which is, I'm an old man, I've lived a good life, YOLO. And Rick will take Rick will actually like ground the torch, like put it in the ground so he's no longer carrying fire,
Okay.
and then take a step towards them.
okay.
It feels like we should make introductions.
And you feel they kind of pulse. Would not get too close. And the other one, not safe for you.
You are not safe for me, or
And they sort of back up a bit, and one of them, yes, and the other one, make you sick.
You are the ones making my friends sick. You are the reason they no feel good.
And they kind of look over, and Huxley, you understand it, Nimra, you don't. So Nimra, you'll hear gibberish, and Huxley, you'll hear, are you sick?
I actually do not speak Zemnian.
You don't. Never mind. Both of
No.
you don't hear shit.
No.
Question hears it, and it's just, they're talking to me.
Rick puts up a hand. Easy question. Easy.
They asked me if I'm sick. I think I am.
I think you are. Yes.
Rick will turn back to these creatures. Yes, we have three people who do not. It appears you are having effect on them. Are there more of you? You have family, yes?
Many. Thousands of us. We are not the source. No. We all live here. Many cycles. We grow in this place. Not from here, but from here now. Take in the effects of the environment. Makes us, and they both tap their heads, smarter. But also, and then they pulse, and then just, like, very rapidly, boop, 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 all over the place. Teleport like 5 or 6 times around the room. Boom. Unstable in sync together.
Well, that is quite a story. Do you perhaps think that you could show me where the source is?
They both kind of look at each other, and then just you'll hear, "Why not?" And they will both turn and start chittering. They'll go towards the door, then be like, you kind of clearly sense that they're like, "Wait, we can't take you this way," and they'll turn around and sort of, not stopping to consider whether any of you can climb sheer surfaces, climb up the wall and out a blown out side of this hall that's about 30 feet up, and they just kind of clamber over, and then one of them comes back.
I can follow.
Come along.
I will grip the sides of my cloak of the bat.
Okay.
And follow them.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you can
Great.
move just a bit away from
and
the torch.
then I will let a rope down for the rest of the
There you
party.
go.
As you go up, hey, what about the rest? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Spoke to you soon.
Rick's gonna turn to the rest of the party. Well, it would appear, and then realize he's still in Zemnian, and I am sorry. It appears the lovely, weird, mutated blink spiders know the source of the sickness. It felt like an opportunity to get some information. I understand if some of you wish not to follow, but we need to know what this is.
I mean, regardless, we need to get out of this place, and if our exit is blocked, then we might as well follow them out.
We can probably survive a few more hours at most. I can teleport us out in an emergency, but we would have to make this journey yet again.
One step at a time, Archivist. Another sort of cheeky smile. He will, he'll make sure he's the last one up the rope, just in case somebody falls, so he can try to catch him. And he is going to. I'm not sure he necessarily understands why, but he seems to know that like people feel better in his immediate vicinity as well. So he's going to do his best to sort of like position himself as we, move. Well, let's see where we are, but as we move, sort of position himself so that everybody is in his, Riz aura or whatever.
Yeah, that's the spirit, right? Kids of today. So,
Skibbity, I don't know.
Yeah, we got it. We're still in business.
We're relevant.
Question cannot climb. She tries and sort of kind of does not have the strength to.
I'm more than happy to climb with her. Again, like I said, I'm more than happy to
Can you?
carry.
I don't know if you can. Well, maybe. I don't know if that's smart. I might like throw up on you. I'm not feeling
It
very
would not
good.
be the first time somebody has thrown up on me.
I
Miss-
won't ask.
Miss Question, should
Yes.
the need arise, I can teleport us up.
Okay. Okay. Well, one step at a time. Rick, in your case, since you'll be the one carrying someone, give me an athletics check as you scale. But the rest of you can, even with your impediment, still with mouse help, you're able to sort of scale up. It's not a super high surface, so it just takes a few minutes for you to up and over one at a time.
Yeah, Nimrod's gonna dimension door themselves in question.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have to
roll
worry
me-
about that.
Roll me a D100.
Mm? I forget. Is this the 10 or? Yes, that's a 10. 16.
Okay.
I don't like that. I
Yeah,
don't
the
like
fact that
that.
it wasn't immediately "you're fine" is a problem.
Mm.
That would have been good in Call of Cthulhu. That was an
As
excellent
Yeah,
roll.
that's true.
As you appear on the other side, you kind of stumble and feel yourself. You kind of feel a little better. The sickness is still there, but you kind of Are you missing any hit points at all right now?
No.
Okay, so yeah, you just feel like kind of any leftover bruises, sore spots that you might have had from a fight earlier today, sort of just feel a bit better. You gain a 5 temporary HP.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Using magic might help this. God damn it. Okay.
And as the rest of you, Rick, what'd you get on the athletics?
Oh, 18.
Yeah, okay. Figured you're fine. Up and over, carefully with question along with you. You come down, and then
Wait.
she immediately has to put a hand up. Oh wait, right, you took her. never mind.
Nimra,
Yeah.
Nimra.
Nimmer
Yeah,
teleported
when you
the
get
two
to
of
the
them.
other side, though, yeah, she like kind of has to steady herself against the wall a bit, and the spiders kind of race her legs, chitter a bit, and you see they kind of pulse a couple times, but you don't hear anything. And out of different pockets in the courtyard, a couple more come out until there's 4 of them, and one of them will, and Rick, you'll hear, "We are making this a little easier," and they kind of come together, and all of them go, and their eyes stay on and glowing, and now all of you can hear "Hello" in Zemnian out loud. "Follow us," and they will.
Yeah.
Off they go, and they'll now stay huddled in a kind of weird, like formation, kind of arrow formation, so that their shit is still the whole time, and they'll lead you away from the Arcanium courtyard. A bit of a ways. It's maybe 5 minutes that they're walking you
Okay.
until you get to this point past the buildings that kind of immediately surround this place. And it's just this flattened space that now you see standing where you are maybe 300 to 400 feet from the sinkhole that just down. And they sort of, and again in Zemnian, but assuming there's a bit of translation from those of you that know it, they sort of point into the sinkhole. "The source! Big, scary." And then they also point in the direction of the large crane-like structure. "Also very bad over there. Very dangerous. Make you sick and kill you very fast. But not as fast as going down there."
Right, hole bad. I think we knew hole was bad, and now that has confirmed that the hole is bad.
"Do you all not work with the other ones? The
The
other passes through?"
we work with some of them. There are 2 groups within the area. I am sure you have seen people dressed differently.
"We have only seen some. You are the first to come this far in on this side."
This side, there is another side.
"Several pass through the ruins. They go very deep."
Would you be able to describe the other people like us.
They vary. Different looks, different abilities. Some much meaner than other ones. Lying about passing through. They came in. Many of them got sick and died. Then they came in fancy outfits and don't get sick as much anymore.
Oh my god, they're in hazmat suits.
Yeah, they
God,
are.
that's so good.
Fantasy hat suits.
Yeah, do you like my arcane Chernobyl?
It's really
Yeah.
dope. We love
love
it.
your-
We love it so much.
we need
Perfect.
is Jesse McCartney.
So real
Technically,
quick,
depending on what
because
type of radiation this is.
Shut up.
If it's
don't listen. You can't do it 2 weeks in a row. Here, Mac, just stop. To the players, we know that there's two groups in here, right? One is Cobalt Soul, and the other one is
Cerberus Assembly.
Wizard
Cerber-
people,
yeah.
Cerberus Assembly. We were sent in through the Cobalt Soul side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I think it's
theoretically,
this first
anything
Skyward
these
District
creatures
is
or
where-
any people these creatures saw should have been wearing Cobalt Soul regalia, right? Blues and robes and stuff like that. Why not?
We don't know how far the assembly has gotten, but we know we know that Cobalt Soul hasn't gotten this far.
Okay.
So we're on the soul side.
But they could have come around.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
we don't know how far ranging the
But we know we're the
Sorry.
furthest the soul has ever sent anybody. So it's safe to assume they're talking about assembly. Okay. This is very, very. You said that they come down with like armor, new clothing, and get less sick. But this does not mean they do not get sick. Yes? Yeah?
Sometimes. Some of them less resilient than other ones.
What can you tell me about these new suits? Actually, do you think you could show me one of these suits? Has anybody died? Have they left behind these suits?
Well, we don't keep them because they don't really fit. We have too many legs.
That is fair. I thought perhaps it was maybe memento or you know what? It is not important.
We are not very sentimental creatures.
That is a shame. There is something to be said about the being sentimental.
Our brains don't really work the best all the time.
That is,
Like we said, it's a little bit unstable all at once again.
that is fair.
I love them so
That is
much.
fair. Yet there is still hope for you. If you have developed ability to speak, then perhaps you will someday develop how you say sentimentality.
Maybe.
We are-
learn to... Well, we taught each other to speak. We learn to read by reading. We can also say this. And they switch languages to a language none of you understand.
Maybe Aeorian.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
It most certainly is. That is impressive. Well, what can you tell me about danger of the crane over there? You said you go there, you die very quick. Yes.
Yes,
Why?
there is very big cable run from down in the hole up to the top of the crane. Big holes in the cable, leaking very bad. That is what makes this area up here so toxic to you. Speaking of, you should all leave. The radius extends out about this far. So, it will probably kill you if you stay too long.
That is very kind of you.
We are
Perhaps-
nice when people don't attack us. It is
As
a
is-
welcome
as is-
surprise.
as is the nature of such things.
Perhaps, and all of them, perhaps we are sentimental.
yeah, or what is compassionate? I don't know. Could you perhaps show us a way out, as you have blocked the way we came in with your food?
Well, you are outside now. You can just walk away from the building.
But not within the radius.
If you go, they sort of turn and face the direction you came from. If you go that way, you will find your way back out.
Wonderful. Well, there is a, as my blue friend over there might say, there is a non-0% chance that you will be seeing us again. I am most looking forward to this.
You see Question, speaking of, has sort of made her way past and is like, not at the edge, but is like looking down into the hole.
If you're going to jump, I would recommend like a rope or a parachute or something.
No, that's not very funny. I'm very sick. No jokes right now. I'm looking at something. We're going to leave soon. There's stuff.
I'm curious.
Look, there's something glowing down here.
Oh god, glowing.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that's glowing. And she sort of like kind of has to slow down and like kind of squats down a bit and has to like catch her breath. But those of you who kind of come to the edge, you can, first of all, you do see immediately down, like besides the sort of glowing bioluminescence that grows in patches all over, you immediately see a chain where this bioluminescent growth is very, very present in a snake-like shape that runs from the crane deep down into the hole until it gets so far down that the light of that fades. And there is a good chunk of this hole that is pure darkness, and at the very, 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 very bottom, a tiny little speck, you see a distant glow that kind of phases between blues, oranges, purples, and whites. And it seems to move, Rick, with your passive perception. You can kind of follow the pattern. It seems to follow the strained mechanical breath that you all have heard as you've been down here. The sort of what I described on your watch a couple nights ago. The every maybe lasting for about 10 to 15 minutes at a time, every in and out. That happens maybe once or twice every hour on a pretty consistent cycle. And that sound emanates from beneath, and the glow's pulsing seems to match the sound. And you also see, so you've got the hole on the left side where the crane is relative to you. You've got this chain of light that goes down. And on the right side, some ways down, not near the top, but nowhere near the bottom, there is like a half-ruined structure stuck in the side, in the sheer side of this hole, that is filled with blinking lights. Not the bioluminescence that's around, but sputtering little blinking lights, mostly orange, though there's a couple other colors inside, but it's mostly just blinking orange lights in a very large structure that is, like I said, kind of stuck in the side of the hole.
So as Rick's looking over the edge and looking at all this, he lets out a little huh. And that huh is very clearly to everybody in the party. The subtext is, I wonder what would happen if I jumped.
Of course.
Even the new members of the party, it's very clear. This is not this is not specific to Rick. This is the universal, 12-year-olds in a 12-year-old in a tree looking at a pile of leaves. Huh. Right, very clearly.
We should get out of here. We don't want Nimra Huxley in question to get sicker, and we don't want to get sick ourselves.
Well, I have been fine up to this point. It couldn't hurt me to explore a little bit more.
I don't think you want to risk it.
Okay, let's get you all out of here.
Are we walking out, or how are we doing this?
I have no other way to get out but to walk.
Well,
so
Nimra
I
was
can
talking
teleport us down quickly enough.
down.
Only
Down where? We're not going in there. I thought we were leaving.
No. Teleport us away further from.
Okay.
Though it's only about 500 feet away. But it would get all of us out quickly.
Do you want to make a check to
leave?
see if you're right, or are you just assuming it's 500 feet away?
The arcane gate spell will only allow you to teleport 500 feet away.
No, but like you
It's
said, it's
yeah.
only 500 feet away, as if like
No,
your target
the
of where you
spell.
were going. Okay,
The
gotcha.
spell is what they are
I
saying.
thought you were implying
Nimra
like,
has
the
a
hole's only
limit of 500 feet.
Gotcha.
No,
I was like, the hole's not 500 feet deep.
No, Nimra can
Okay.
teleport them a total of 500 feet away from the
Gotcha.
hole.
Gotcha.
We don't want to, like, get out of here entirely. Aren't we done down here? We got our information?
Do we not have to warn anybody of the radiation for the soul?
No.
We can, like, message, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like it down here, so I don't want to be down here, but if we want to continue walking, then that's fine.
I mean, realistically, can't you get us to the archive? We can tell your boss, and then your boss can be like, hey, there's a bunch of shit that gives you cancer down there, you know, and then they're good. Like,
oh, the big C word.
that'll be faster than than walking. It took us like 2 days to get this far.
True. This is true.
Do we not intend to come back and see exactly what it is the Cerberus Assembly is doing with the big radioactive, pulsating mechanical monstrosity?
I mean, not without radiation suits. We've been down here it's been a couple days, but they said that they said that it gets this far. We've only been in this building for a couple hours. Who knows how quickly this shit works? We can come back. I still don't want to go in any holes, but I'm like, we can come back, I guess, but I don't think we should be in here without protective equipment.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is it if we teleport out of here, then it's going to be, another couple of weeks before we can get back?
I mean, how else would we get the equipment?
I don't know what kind of protocols the Soul might have out here, or if the Cerberus
they even
Assembly
know
might be
about
willing
this?
to share.
There is.
I mean, you guys are in charge, and
there is
Nimra has
going
the
to be-
teleportation, so.
The short answer is this: if the assembly has radiation, these protective suits, and the soul has not been this far, it stands to reason that the soul does not have those suits, and would have to negotiate with the assembly. If there's one thing I know about bureaucracy, it takes a very, very, very long time. Either way, we need to get out of this radiation bubble and away from our new friends. However you all choose to do that, I leave that to people much smarter than I.
Question. you've had no... You're muted, Ruby.
Yes.
You've had no prior notice of there being this sickness in this area, correct?
Not that I know of.
Then it stands to
weren't-
reason if...
We weren't warned by Morai when we met with him.
Then it stands to reason that Rick is correct with his deductive reasoning, in that the soul is not aware of this fact. And should we leave without teleporting, who's to say that they will not send people after us, subsequently killing more of the soul? Especially considering that... Did we establish the, I forget. Did we establish checking in? I'm pretty sure we didn't, right?
No.
If-
They're allowing you down here for your own reasons, so they didn't presume you'd. That you did set up the whole, like, if we're gone for a certain amount of time, without checking in with you or whatever, send a search party.
I'm pretty sure we talked about that in like 2 sessions ago when we first got in.
Yeah.
don't remember that, but I do have sending, and I can contact. Oh my god, what was their name? The person who authorized us to be down here.
Morai.
Right, yeah.
Or Eudalafon or Helena
Yeah.
Ottenbrock. Those were the 2 heads of the organizations that authorized you to be down
Eudalafon
here.
is
Mariah.
who I was thinking
Yeah.
of.
Okay, yeah.
Mariah was the one that is currently down in here, correct? That was
Mariah's
giving us
on the surface that you met
Lovely.
at base camp and then sent you down the
yes.
elevator.
I could send a message to Morai, let them know what we found, and we can just get out.
I love that idea.
Yeah, I will cast sending.
Okay. I do not remember Marai's accent, but that's fine. I forgot to write it down. We keep rolling. We'll see what it is today.
Nobody's gonna fact check you on that. Don't worry about it.
It's true. I should have checked. It's fine.
It's okay. We're operating in fuck it, we ball territory.
Yeah.
True.
Evacuating now. There is arcane radiation. That is too strong to continue. Party members are sick. See you on the surface.
And a moment a moment later, you'll hear. Understood. Do you have a means to get out safe? Do what you need to do. Let us know if we should prepare to send someone down to help you. That's it.
Message was received. He can send aid if we need it to get out, but Nimra, are you well enough to teleport us?
That depends. Do we wish to go back to Rexentrum? Or are we going back to Immortan?
Oh,
There are many
shoot.
methods of teleportation that we can continue with. You might need to be a touch more specific.
Rick sort of cocks his head in the sort of very dad like, are you fucking kidding me? Right now?
Yeah, right now.
3 of you are sick and you're like, you really? It's very much like a
We can head back to Rexentrum and worry about getting to Amman later.
And if nobody is saying anything else, you would watch as Nimra begins drawing out the sigils for the arcane circle. Or for the teleportation circle that would take them back to the Cobalt Soul Reserve in Rexentrum.
Okay. Prepare the sigil, and everyone kind of gathers round. And then you see all the spiders kind of turn, just, oh, goodbye! And just as you quickly, and you roll me a D100, Nimra.
This is gonna be. You're having it off of the wild magic table, aren't you?
Oh, I hope
I'm
you turn into
scared.
a potted plant.
We all just die right here.
I don't know. What if Nimler turned blue?
Lord, what does that look like?
Horrible.
I know. Yes, 40. Nimmer would turn like a bright blue rather than like the muted gray tone alien blue.
Oh, I was thinking that Nimmer would just end up like with just like white skin.
Ooh. Translucent.
Opposite.
Just translucent, yeah.
Horrible.
As you all
Oh, that'd be
step
It's a
Cool.
terrifying
through
thought.
Mm.
Be like a
and feel
deep sea
the
fish.
pulse of arcane energy take you through space.
Dude.
You feel yourselves compressed and then pushed, and you all take 19 points of force damage, everyone.
Oh,
Wait,
Uh-oh.
teleportation circle.
And you're going to
Yeah.
roll me a D100 again.
Okay, wait. Verify this with me. This is not
Yes,
arcane gate.
teleportation
This
circle does not usually involve a roll when you know the circle.
No, I was under the impression that it didn't also have damage. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
You don't normally roll at all when you're using teleportation circle or teleport for a circle you know. So yes, that is unusual. But maybe it's just the pain racking your body as you're compressed beyond or within into your atoms. Who knows? Roll again.
Okay, 46.
don't seem so confused, Mac. I was supposed to be able to cure the poison. It doesn't say what type of poison, it just says poison, and it didn't work. This place does not play by rules.
That's why I'm trying to suss out whether it's the arcane poisoning that's causing this or the spell itself. I
It's
don't
probably
know.
the
That's why I'm
radiation.
asking for
Area.
Probably
clarification.
the radiation.
It's probably the radiation.
Arcane EMPs. Just,
Okay.
I swear, if we end up in Isocross, I'm going to be so happy.
I'll just bounce
Another
you.
ruin.
I'll just bounce you between every age of Arcanum City ruin there is. Just teleport you around till you're in the Shattered Teeth.
Just
All right,
speed run this.
Okay, I gotta make a.
Is this what you were expecting?
No, I mean I
Obviously
wasn't expecting
not.
anything specific. I realize that there's. I guess I didn't expect it because I didn't consider this very specific. Or I guess I might have not read the wording correctly, but
Nailed it.
let me make a bit of
Oh,
a decision.
I don't like this. I
Give me
don't
one
like
moment, I
this.
just need to check.
Listen, if we only lose one member of the party, we're fine.
Wow.
That's
And I mean,
crazy.
I'm gonna be real here for a second. I would prefer it not be a player character, but
Okay, actually,
Question.
if somebody
order-
has to go, it probably should be.
Question.
in order to decide.
Oh, I forgot about question. Yeah, let's.
What
toss
about Scoot?
question.
Why can't we
What
sacrifice
is-
Scoot?
Oh, you know what? Better. Let's get rid of Scoot.
Ruby, what do you need from us?
I'm checking the scale on my map because I need to see something on a continental scale.
Ooh, a continental. Ooh, we might end up in a place we're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
What if
Yay.
we end up in the city that we're supposed to go to
Danger.
next?
Ending up in how much do you
In
guys want to
whatever
be
it's
in the
called?
sky right now? I want to be in
Nope.
the sky right now.
I would rather not.
I will.
If it's all the same.
Yeah, I. Let's see.
Okay.
Do I have
Mal can fly.
Featherfall? Do I have Featherfall?
Mal
as
can
a
only fly
watcher?
in dim light and darkness.
Oh,
Maybe it's nighttime.
yeah, maybe
Well,
we don't know.
If you
Well,
you
actually,
skydive-
Nimmer would know.
if you skydive down below Rick and he goes spread eagle, it might be enough shadow that you could fly.
That's a good strat, actually.
Yeah.
Rick just opens up his jacket so that it's nice and wide. We'd have to time it just before we get to the ground, but I think we can make this work.
Can we do a portal and essentially cast cast arcane gate as we're falling, that everybody falls through the portal and hits just the ground?
If I survive, I mean, we'll have to quickly find a bunch of diamonds, but I can revivify at least one person.
This is kind of hard.
That's what she said.
I'm sorry, Ruby.
No, I just like the wording of this. The wording of this is like, I guess I don't know. I thought I like when I set this up, I thought I remembered the precise wording of this effect correctly. I didn't, and when I checked it, it was more vague than I remembered. So now I'm having to make an executive decision on the fly about how this effect applies to you, and I'm indecisive. Maybe I'll
Roll a
flip
dice. Or roll a die.
Indecisive?
Flip a coin.
Oh no.
Oh wait, no, because you're here. Oh wait, I have to measure from here. Okay, wait. That could be.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to math class. Probably geometry.
Oh, we are doing math.
We are doing math.
Yeah.
Remember we had that conversation?
yeah.
Math. Except it's like angles and distances.
Geometry.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And magic will let you travel in a straight line.
That would be interesting. No, okay.
Most
I
magic will
don't
let you
know.
travel in a straight line, right? Is there any teleportation or like any sort of magic that doesn't make it through solid objects? I don't think so. Right? You can pretty much.
Okay.
Oh man, now I want to create like a magical mirror that just like bounces back like teleportation magic. Like if the straight line went right through it, just.
Okay.
Like,
Can we get magical optics?
Oh yes.
We'll do it this way. 1, 2, 3. Say it's. Roll me. Nimra, roll me a D3.
What?
D6.
You can
1,
type
2,
it into
3, 4,
you can
5,
type it
6.
into Foundry or roll a D6. Yeah.
Or a D12. All right,
A
1, 2, 3,
D6.
4, 5, 6,
1,
7,
2,
8.
3, 4, 5, and 6.
Or a D20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right.
Okay,
All
so-
right. Wise guy.
R/D3?
Can't roll a D6. Oh, you could. 1, 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Does that?
D4? No, that wouldn't work.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
For the audience, on the D3, I had rolled a 1.
Ah, found you.
Did something happen? Did it shut off?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's all
It's like-
like naked script. Like there's no pictures, no nothing. It's just a white screen with black words.
It's fine for me.
No, it's just me. I'm running on a thin
Okay.
I'm running on a thin system here, and so it was likely to muck up. And if that's the only thing that happens in this session, count ourselves
Touch
lucky.
wood.
So,
Yep.
as you feel that compression and then feel yourself pulled forward again, you suddenly feel yourselves thrust forward, the wind hits your face again, and you tumble onto solid ground
Zephyr.
in a rather dark space. The glow of a teleportation circle behind you fading. The room you're in, you can see the ceiling's maybe 25, 30 feet up. There are marble walls around you. And just a bit beyond the room you're in, which is a maybe 15 by 15 foot space with this circle in it, there is an archway. And you can see some warm yellow orange glows flickering from the hall that stretches out ahead of you. Floors are also smooth marble, and you can see the ceiling in that hall outside this room is higher.
How dark is it? Is it dark enough that Nim would still need Scoot to see, or is Scoot to be fine to not be their eyes?
It's dim light in this space.
Okay.
What the fuck just happened? Oh wait, how much HP does Scoot have? He has more. He has at least 20, right?
Yeah, because he would have taken 19.
Yeah.
He has 21.
Okay.
Your boy is not looking good.
Question kind of and passes out.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Who wants to heal her?
Yeah, real quick. She passed out. Is she still alive?
Are you gonna check?
Yes, of course. She has information we still need. Yes, is she still alive?
Are you like checking a pulse, or are
can I
you
do a thing?
trying to
Go
heal?
ahead.
Can I?
Yeah.
Nimra is going to call upon the entity that they were speaking to
Oh.
and see if they
Just let
can
him
cast
heal.
Spare the Dying.
Okay.
I'd like to flavor this as Nimra going like, and then pray. And put a hand down on question.
I swear, Mac, if you cast inflict wounds on this poor girl,
No, it's
I'm
already
gonna
cast
laugh
today.
hysterically.
No,
Yeah, that's-
Nimra does have Spare the Dying.
You see, kind of from within your sleeve, your skin darkens until your whole hand is pitch black, and then the color fades from your hand into her. The spell takes. She has been spared the dying.
Okay.
Can someone get her up, please?
I will pump a Cure Wounds into her.
Okay.
Thank you.
What about me? I see it fucking hurt.
Oh, I've got this one.
Okay. All right.
Just slap Scoot right across the face. I'll give him 2 points of lay on hands.
That's going to be
glowing
an
hand.
additional 15 points of health.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she. Ow. And then she kind of like just sits her head back down, just laying down.
Do I
lifting her side.
feel that
Where are
same
we?
thing I got last time I tried to heal Huxley?
Let me check. I forgot. Well, what was the? Remind me what you're referencing.
I healed Huxley when we were down there, and I lost a hit die. Is that what happened?
Yes. Yeah. If that's what happened, yes. I'm checking real quick. I don't remember that. I don't remember it happening when you healed him, but I'll.
Oh, yeah.
Is
It did.
It
Okay.
did. Then yeah. You do. You lose another hit die.
all right.
And when you heal her, you feel the same thing, like a kind of like as though you are pulling from your own life force to restore her.
I think I might be sick too.
All right,
Rick.
let's just I'm gonna stand up and start looking around and see where the heck we are and what kind of people are available to assist and whether or not they will.
We are not in Rexentrum. I can assuredly say that this does not look like the Cobalt Soul Reserve.
Rick, you can hear a number of footsteps approaching.
Okay.
I don't
What a-
know what's happening to my magics.
We're about to have company. Real quick, this room, you described it as a 15 by 15 room. If memory serves, the circle's roughly that size. Is this a teleportation circle room? Is that specifically what this room is for?
Teleportation circles are 15 by 15 feet?
Aren't they? They're
I
like 10
imagine
foot,
them as
aren't
like
they?
a
10 by 10.
10.
They're 10 by
Okay,
10,
then-
right? So you wouldn't
Yeah.
create a room that is exactly that size.
No,
You need enough room to
yeah,
draw
I was
the circle and
picturing
then
them
step
as
onto it.
I was picturing the square, the battle map wrong. Effectively, it's a 2 by 2 square where the circle is. There's at least a 5-foot gap on all sides of
Right.
it.
So it feels
But
it
it's for
feels
this.
like
yes.
this might be what this room was designed for. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick's going to say yeah, we're about to have company.
Would Nimmer be able to recognize that their magic isn't working due to the arcane radiation?
I mean, you've never encountered arcane radiation before, so it's possible you've got no idea.
That was the player asking, is there a check to do this or no?
And that's the DM answering no.
Okay. I need the clarification, Ruby. I just need to know. I'm on the spectrum, dude.
You'll need to do like you'll need more time than just a quick glance. Essentially, you'll need to study
Sure.
yourself because this
Rick,
is all brand new to you.
Rick looks over, and I know Nimra's not emotive a lot, but Rick's starting to get a sense. Archivist, we need to focus. We are not where we were planning on being, but we are here now. Are we taking a defensive stance? Am I taking out whoever comes through the door, or are we surrendering? I need to know now.
We don't even
Somebody
know where
give
we
me
are.
an answer.
I don't think we should be
We need
violent.
help.
Okay.
We know not if whoever has come through the door is friendly. Should we not try to diffuse the situation first? I'm
Rick lowers
sorry,
his
I'm out
spear.
of my element.
No,
This is
that
unfamiliar.
okay. That is okay. Rick's gonna step out into the hallway. Which way are the footsteps coming from?
When you step out, the hall goes in either direction, about 40 feet before it turns.
Okay.
You can hear them from the left side.
Left side. Okay. You said 40 feet and then it turns and I don't see them yet, which means they haven't rounded the corner.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Rick will take a step out of the doorway towards that sort of corner. And he's not going to take an aggressive stance, but he's also not going to let go of his shield and spear. And he's just going to kind of stand in the hallway, try to make himself as big as possible so that he's the first thing they see when they round the corner.
I want to get closer to the exit of this room and see what this hallway looks like. Try and figure out where we are. What is this space? Are we in a house? Are we in a government building? Are we
Gotcha.
in a school?
As you step out, like I said, the ceilings are a bit higher. Not by much, maybe 5 feet higher than the room you were in. And it is... You can see that this space is just the hall that leads to a further structure, though the light comes from these sort of hanging lights on chains every like 20 25 feet. And I mean, in the immediate, this is like, it's just a hallway. You don't get a sense. You see the same kind of architecture, marble flooring, marbling the walls, and a higher ceiling, and the halls that go out. But there's no room, there's no main room that you can see from this space. So you'll get the sense that to really know what this place is, you'll probably need to look further or deeper into whatever it is. On the face of it, in just these hallways, there's no signifying marks that inform you of what this place could be. And Rick, you hear the footsteps grow more distant.
More distant. They're going away from us?
Mm-hmm. And then eventually
boy.
they're out of earshot.
If they're moving away, They're moving away. Rick's gonna turn to the rest of the group. They're not moving towards us. They're moving away. There's something wrong. And
Maybe they don't
I'd
know
like
we're
to
here.
follow the footsteps.
Why can't we just teleport from here? Why does he have to run off every time?
I don't. Ciliana. We don't know where we're at. Do you think that
So?
I would be able to teleport us to another place? We got this spell. I failed teleportations when I was a younger wizard. When I was first learning. There are spells that typically, and I will also ask, Nimmer, is there something that I can say, like, is Nimmer cool to be like, yeah, no, this spell is not typically one that you get injured if it fails?
Yeah, because of the fact that it works based on a very specific, like, a teleportation circle is a very specific sigil. You have to know it to even use it. It should not fail like the more powerful form of teleport, which you can use to go anywhere. You know, this can only take you one place, which is the circle you draw, so it should not be capable of failing like that.
This sigil on the ground, this teleportation circle that we have somehow ended upon, is not the one that I drew. That is not how this spell works. When it fails, you just don't go anywhere. And it's not supposed to fail. And you're not supposed to be
So it
injured
failed
when it
once,
fails.
it's a mistake, that's something that happens, and we try again.
Are you willing to risk injury? Again? Are you willing to risk us teleporting perhaps somewhere worse? I can only
This
cast
could be
this,
worse. We don't know where we are.
and
On
we
that
will
note-
teleport up another place that we know. I can draw the sigil again. I cannot guarantee at this point, considering that there's something wrong with my magic.
Maybe it was trying to cast there, or we were in the sphere, or whatever. Like,
As
She
Rick,
just,
as
like-
you near the corner, at the same time you hear footsteps coming your way, and just before you kind of stop yourself when you hear them, and someone comes around the corner and just like, I didn't think you'd be bet in Undercommon, and you see a drow dressed in simple kind of purple and white robes with a small pendant around their neck in the shape of a dodecahedron, who kind of stops and looks at you. Hello?
Hello, brother. It's just, yeah.
Who are you? I
Well,
didn't
that's
recognize your face.
yeah, you wouldn't. I haven't been in the dynasty in quite a while. Can you tell me where I am?
Did you not come out of the circle?
Does that? He kind of kind of bobs his head.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're in the conservatory in Rosona. Should I fetch someone? Are you hurt? Did something happen to your head?
Rick takes a quick look. I think he's a little injured, and he's definitely dressed like a soldier with just the wildest coat. Yeah, you probably should fetch somebody. The last time Rick was in Rosona was
When
2
all of you
years
were
ago?
here a couple years ago.
3 years ago. I don't think we ever went to the conservatory. Who's in charge? Who's sort of the who's the officer in charge in Rosona? If memory serves, there's definitely a contingent of watch in Rosona, right?
I mean, the den in charge in Rosona's Den Cream, the den of the Bright Queen. An officer in charge. I mean,
We met somebody
wouldn't-
the last time we were in Rosona. I
the
made a
last time you
connection
met
and I
an
don't remember
officer
what.
in charge was in Bazozan.
Oh, it was.
You met
that's
Varen Thalis
That's
in
right. we met
Bazozan.
Varen.
Oh my god, that was 5 million years ago.
Yeah.
Rick
Yeah.
goes.
When you were in
yes,
Restona, you were with family, and you met with the Bright Queen and her agents.
that's right. Rick goes. Yes, you probably should fetch somebody. Would you
Do you
prefer
need-
I wait here, or should I travel with you?
Do you need water or something? Do you need like a place to sit? Are you?
I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I'd prefer something a little bit stronger than water.
Sure. Yeah, you should probably come with me until I get this cleared. Yes, come on.
Of course.
Come with me.
In fact, I don't know much about the conservatory, but given the fact that I am in fact armed, if you have any security, it's probably best you get in touch with them as well.
Right. Sorry. Just a bit.
That's okay. That's all right. I
Unexpected.
understand. This could be a bit flustering. A strange, large Goliath man standing in your conservatory, and obviously you were expecting to see somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that you're a Goliath. That's odd. We have Goliaths in here all the time. I just sort of. I guess yeah. Give me your weapons. I'm not really trained in the security part of this. Just sure.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Rick will offload his what little weapons he has hanging on to his spear. If you don't mind, this is ceremonial. But if you stand just 10 feet out where I can't reach you, you should be fine.
You're not making me any less. You're making me nervous. Really?
Listen, that's fair, and really
And
honestly, I
isn't
probably
the point to
approached
take all
this.
your weapons? This
It
doesn't seem
would
like
traditionally-
barely holding on to the stuff. Well, I'm not really accomplishing my job if I leave you with a weapon. Now I'm at a disadvantage because I'm overloaded with weapons that I can't
In fact,
carry or
in
use.
fact, you are. And let this be a lesson to you moving forward. Collecting the weapons like this, not a good idea, because you are in fact at a disadvantage as your hands are now full, and I do possess a weapon. So if you would be so kind as to just march me towards somebody in charge, you're going to stay out in front of me, and we're going to get this whole thing sorted out.
Okay, now it does sound like you're threatening me. Are you threatening me?
I tried to do this the pleasant way, and now you're being snippy with me.
Okay, I guess if you're threatening me, and he drops the weapons and give me a wisdom save.
Sure.
Oh.
Oh, actually, better yet, counterspell.
Counterspell.
Yeah.
Like counterspelled your counterspell.
Okay, great. 19.
Good looking out having counterspell. Let me check to see. You said 19?
19.
Okay. All right, yeah. So you and then quick, like back and forth. You feel yourself tensed for a second and then released. What are you doing?
Rick's just gonna smile and just holler down the hallway. Friends, there's somebody here who's gonna lead us to somebody in charge.
Friends. Oh, for fuck's sakes. And then they're gone.
Okay. Rick will walk back to the room.
How big is the hallway in diameter? Or not diameter? I guess, technically.
10 feet, so 2 people can fit side by side.
We are.
I don't think we could overwrite the teleportation circle if we want to do that. I don't think Nimra would be able to use it.
Like, you mean
Unless I
fit one in that space?
No. Correct me if I'm wrong in my or in the interpretation of the spell. Nimra would be unable to use the current teleportation circle that is in this room. Rather
the
than
room?
they would. Yes. You said didn't. Am I misunderstanding you? That
No,
there's
no,
a
I'm
there.
No, yeah, there is. I'm thinking like, can you?
I don't think Nimra can. I don't think.
Well, like,
they're,
yeah, like there has the other ones you've used have like a mechanism to activate them.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think they would be able to use it, and they can't overwrite it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if there's a mechanism here, but yeah, you couldn't like override it with yours.
Are you willing to risk us teleporting again? Not even just you, Celiona. Huxley, Mal, Melancholy, question.
I mean,
Do we want
Rick,
to try again?
are we in fucking trouble or what?
Rick comes back to the door and goes, well, I have some more information. It appears we are in the conservatory in Rosona, deep inside the dynasty. If that informs anybody's decisions. I met a lovely little scribe, but apparently they aren't too good with armed individuals.
I don't
How
think
did
we
we
should
just
go
go
here.
on course?
Nimra is gonna start drawing another circle again. It's gonna take a minute though.
That's fine. It is important to know that they were expecting somebody, which means that if we landed here, whoever was supposed to land here landed where we were going.
Wait, why does that mean that?
That's the
That'd be
way
funny
that
as hell.
works.
Is it? I don't think you.
Have
I mean,
you
maybe
ever
if we
tried?
were at the same time.
Have you
I didn't know
ever
that it
tried
was
to
at the same
land?
time.
Have you ever tried to land in the same spot with somebody else?
Yeah, but I'm saying we don't know if that's
Somebody gets
at the same
moved,
time.
and the only open
Sure.
space would be the other circle.
Yeah, but I'm saying like we don't know if we did that at the same time.
Would Nimra be able to definitively say yes or no to this statement?
I mean, I don't think I can. I have to decide whether that's a definitive yes or no. I don't.
That's how.
I mean, if you use no, because if you use it at the same time,
it doesn't matter.
I would-
They
I
just
would
both
treat
get
it-
summoned there.
it depends on the size of the group. Because the way I would treat it
Mm.
is like when you use a teleportation spell, that like there are certain spells I think like Dimension Door where if you teleport into something, you take damage and then don't teleport.
Yeah.
That's how I would treat it. If it's a teleportation circle that's 4 squares big, and you have 4 people two groups of 4 teleporting at the same time, they'll overlap each other. You know, anyone who overlaps another person would be sent back and take damage. But if it's
Y'all-
like one person, then it would be fine. Like it depends on the specifics of
Ruby,
what's happening.
Ruby, you're welcome
was
to
asked.
work this out. You're welcome to work this out, and we can sit here and debate this whole thing. Rick is a simpleton. He doesn't understand how magic works. So he's
I know that's why I
making
was
leaps.
arguing in character, because Melancholy also doesn't really know how teleport works, but she's like, I
He's
don't know
just
if that's
making
true.
leaps. He's like, if we landed here, they had to have landed over there.
Obviously.
Obviously.
And what are the rest of you doing while Nimra's drawing the circle?
Seal is having a breakdown. But...
Okay, understood. Understandable, considering the current circumstances.
I know mechanically I can't help Nimra, but Huxley would probably try to assist Nimra as best as he can. Not mechanically doing anything, but like, you know, double checking their work to make sure if they are okay with that, because it kind of sounded like Nimra was a little panicked, so maybe trying to have a second set of eyes to
Second
assist.
opinion.
Gotcha. Ma, what about you?
I think Mal is just keeping an eye on Seal and watching the circle be drawn.
I sort of picture them like patting her back and nervously watching Nimra draw. Like, how's it coming, guys?
We gotta get the fuck out of here!
Like one hand on her back and one hand
Yeah.
on Question's like back, trying to
Yeah.
feel her. Like, I think we're having a bit of a situation.
Question for the DM, actually.
Mhm.
Kind of important question. Did that take one spell slot to cast the,
Yes. Teleportation circle, yes.
despite
It was
everything that
very
happened, it was
much-
one cast?
Yes, it was like as if you casted teleport to an unfamiliar location.
Okay. Got it. Just have to
In
clarify for
terms
that.
of-
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Like in terms of mechanical difference, it was like using teleport because teleport has the different stages of familiarity and how likely you are to get there. It was like using it to an unfamiliar destination, I believe is the specific word.
Yeah, I'm
So
just trying to
I could be wrong here, but like, does that mean that there's something wrong with the circle in Rexentrum? Do we need to try somewhere else? Or like, has something happened there that we need to be working on? Or
I think that's what we don't know. I think that's why we're all kind of freaking out. And Rick is antagonizing people in the strange places we get
Ileana.
to. So
And Rick is
Ileana,
standing.
This spell
in the
has never
doorway.
failed for me before. That alone is a concern.
that helps. And as you keep
Well, another
drawing,
try at least gives us a something to study. It gives
And
us
Nimra's
more.
like, while they're like
information.
high key, kind of panicking, shaky hand while they're drawing the
Yeah.
sigils on the floor.
and you're taking, you're trying to go back to Rexentrim, yes? Okay. Yeah. So you start drawing.
We're gonna try again, and if not, Iman afterwards. They have a total of 4 tries.
And just like we're talking like 2 seconds, 3 seconds before you finish the circle, you hear, and around the corner, 2, 4, 6, 8 men, women dressed in chitinous insectoid armor rushing down towards you guys before the circle glows and you can all step on.
Oh, good. The watch is here.
Shut the fuck up and get on the circle, Rick, before you make the things worse! And she'll like kind of
Rick.
grab him and unsuccessfully pull him back and then let go. Ugh, fuck! And
Rick,
then get
real
on.
quickly, like looking down the hallway, throws him a salute, and then steps backwards into the circle. Like the
Later,
proper
fellas!
Aurora watch salute, like
Oh my
proper
God.
watch salute, and like steps back into the circle.
What a baller. You all
I
step
owe you
on
all
the circle.
drinks.
Yeah,
There's lots
probably.
of disparate shouting in Undercommon before you all through, and then come out in the familiar atrium in the Rexentrim archive.
It worked.
Of course it
How
worked.
long does the circle last? Can they come through? And then it-
1 round,
Yes,
Okay.
they can come through.
6
It's
seconds.
fine.
Yep.
It turned off. I think we're
Oh,
okay.
all right.
I think I'm gonna throw up. Question throws up.
Okay.
Good work,
Process
Archivist.
of elimination dictates. And then can I flavor Nimra to throw up right now too?
Sure.
Mid
Am I allowed
conversation.
Not
to
allowed.
throw up? Do whatever you
No,
want.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're not that
Throw the hell
sick.
up. Throw
Yeah.
up check.
They begin speaking. They throw up onto the arcane circle that they just drew, or that just summoned on them.
Oh,
Yeah.
now there's definitely puke on the other side. Watch members run in the
Right
door. and
before
there's
it
just like-
closes, the puke goes through the. That's how we're doing it. You keel over, you throw up, and your throw up disappears into the circle, and someone else's problem.
It's Looney Tunes
Oh
on the
man.
other side.
True. They all start slipping on it like banana peels.
Oh,
Yeah, somebody's trying to jump in and they just slip on puke
There's
instead.
10 fucking green soldiers slipping all over each
oh
other.
my God.
Oh, this
I
is
hate this.
become
That we hear
jackass real
Benny
fast.
Holly. It's a
Yeah.
Benny Holly song, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Exactly. Just all over each other.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They throw up. It was. I'm still poisoned with whatever happened. Excuse me. But it seems like it was the ruins themselves that may have been messing with my magic. That was an abnormality. Forgive me.
Oh, I'm just gonna walk away from you. It's fine. I'm.
And guys, just don't worry about this. If you roll a d100 and get like a 10 on the double digit one and a 2, is that 12?
If it's
Yes.
a 10, yes. If it's a double,
Yes.
Like
Yes.
1 0 and then 2. Okay.
Yes, that is a
Because then I'm
12.
like, so then, what if you get? No,
Okay,
never
so
mind.
if you-
Okay, 12. That's
all
fine.
Okay.
zeros is a 100. and
Not
then a
important. Not
double
important. It's
zero
fine.
and a
It's fine.
one
It's
is
fine.
a
I got it.
one.
I determined 12. Understood. Okay. Anyways, you're here now.
Well, that was exciting.
That fucking sucked.
Let's go find a doctor.
Please. And I do have to ask, I forget this is 5e, that's like, yes, DM, I do have to ask to throw up, because I'm used to playing Pathfinder, where that has mechanical
Yeah, you have
significance.
to fucking everything. You do have to roll or throw up. Yeah, that's fair.
No, you literally do. That's how you expel poison in Pathfinder. You
I
have to
believe
take
you.
a turn to retch.
I believe you that is a thing, which is
I keep forgetting, my brain
mind-numbing
is
to me.
hardwired to go back and forth. I'm like, no, yep, I have to ask. Clarification. I keep forgetting
Throw
this is
check.
the mechanical flavor. No mechanics, just flavor.
Test flavor. By the way, what is that flavor? Because I imagine we were eating
Oh.
rations. Right? So, like,
Oh.
Jesus.
The love. You know what? I'm not going to continue with the joke. This is the one time where I will not yes and.
Yeah, what if we
okay, fine. I'm out of here.
Go
Gonna turn
find
off
a
the camera,
healer.
I'm done. Listen, if we're not yes-anding anymore, I'm out.
What's even the point?
What's even the point?
I was going to say something that might have made the audience sick, so I'm not going to do that. Even if it's
Yeah,
a little
thank
bit of a
you.
hee hee ha ha silly.
Thank you for being considerate.
You can leave it in a comment.
I can do it
True.
sometimes.
Describe how your character throws up in graphic detail down below. I will not read that.
Man, I swear, if that is the engagement that pushes us over the edge and gets us out of our little containment box, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Oh my gosh.
Disgusting descriptions.
What if we
Anyway.
didn't?
Just don't check the comments on this, guys.
Yeah.
I'll let you know if
Sorry.
it happens. So,
Okay.
Back in the world.
you're
Yeah,
here
we're-
now.
We're here now.
I'm looking for a doctor or somebody.
Yeah, you can rush upstairs, up into the first level of the Rexentrum archive, into my inaccurately described super library. I can't get over that. I learned very late that I misunderstood, but that's fine. My Rexentrum archive is 15 fucking stories high. So, yeah, you're out here and it's moving. People are busy going about like as it was when you were last here, all the way up the structure and across as many walkways. Are you like rushing out into the street? Or are you asking the first person you see? What are you doing?
Well, really, the only contact we have here is it's Udala Fawn, right? That's
Yeah,
the only person that we know in the archive.
that you know specifically. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna find who looks like they're maybe a little bit higher rank, not just like some scrub, but maybe somebody who's perhaps a little bit more decorated, and start frantically trying to explain what's happening.
Yeah, you can just rush up to the nearest person who seems. Actually, give me a perception check.
And I'm poisoned. It's a 14.
Okay. You scan the room, and you do see Udala is down here. They are
Oh.
currently in conversation with someone who you can't see from here, but Udala is down on the first floor on the opposite side of the building.
All right, then I'm going to hurry towards them and just kind of try to get their attention as I'm heading over there.
Hello,
Hey,
hello, boss.
hey,
Hello.
Excuse
We
me.
have a situation downstairs. Yeah, they'll kind of hold up a hand, turn around to meet you. Oh, Mr. Rose, yes. Is there what is the situation? You're back already, I presume.
We have many an update. Biggest problem, immediate problem, is that we need to see a physician, a cleric, somebody. The question is quite sick. Something is happening. The archivist isn't feeling great. I'm remarkable. I haven't vomited yet, but that's not,
You definitely feel
a
it, though.
guarantee. Yeah, I just. That's. I'm gonna step back.
All right. Okay. All right. Where are they?
We just got here, there's some sort of there's a lot going on down there that you'll probably want to be updated on, but we might need to talk about it somewhere else a little less busy. Uh,
All right. Are they able to move? Should we go to them?
oh, I didn't check. I just ran.
All right.
I think we're mostly on 2 feet. Question has kind of passed out a couple of times. That might have been the teleportation. That might have been the illness. I don't. We're not 100% sure. Arcane radiation is we're kind of thinking, but
Okay. All right. That's a lot of information. All at once. Go ahead. Go back to them. I'll fetch someone and we'll be right down. And you can.
thank you. Sorry for bothering you. And I like waved to the person they were talking to and scurry off.
Give me a perception check, just because you're all out of sorts, so I don't know if you'd immediately notice. So do that first.
Maybe not. An 11.
All right, yeah, you kind of wave. They sort of wave back. You rush off, and Udella turns and just a moment and goes off for a bit. Huxley returns to all of you, and some maybe 10 minutes or so later, Udalla will find you all down here with someone else alongside them. A young, maybe like late 20s, early 30s human woman. She's got her brown hair up in a bun, and she's dressed in sort of like what looks like a cross between common Cobalt Soul academic robes and vestments. And she carries a pendant around her neck that brandishes the symbol of the soul, and she's got kind of a book on her waist and a kind of satchel messenger bag over around the other side, and she kind of quickly comes up to the lot of you and just all right, who's sick? Who needs what?
Question's the worst.
I wrap an arm around Question and get her up.
And she can like barely hold herself up and just, all right, we'll start with you. And she kind of fishes in to her bag and then pulls out a couple things and will sort of she pulls out like this kind of like almost like clay like material, but like very soft, like more like Play-Doh, really. This kind of soft white greenish sort of stuff, and kind of like rub it across Question's forehead, and then you see it sort of glows a little bit, and she kind of speaks a little incantation, and a sort of shimmer comes over her. Oh, all right, okay, that's quite severe. Okay, and she kind of rubs it off and just, all right, this is going to be a little bit expensive, but I'm sure we can work that out later. And she pulls out, what are the components? I always be forgetting these things. Thank you. That is what I thought. She digs through the pouch again and pulls out a small vial with a sort of bluish, clearish little crystalline powder inside, pops it, and sort of casts Greater Restoration on Question. And she just kind of like, oh, that feels better, and then just kind of passes out. Just, oh, okay, all right, that's just stress. Set her down, and goes to each of you. All right, your turns. Come here, please. And she'll do the same to Nimra and to Huxley. She'll rub this sort of paste on your forehead and do each of these. Okay. Well, you two are less severe. All right. Your choice. I can... And she kind of pulls out 2 vials. I can spend the money, or you can wait, like, a week and change, and it will fade on its own. It's 100 gold pieces worth of diamond dust. It's all I'm saying.
Do we as a party even have that much money right now?
No.
Honestly,
Who is she addressing?
The two that are sick.
Oh,
She's
okay.
essentially saying, like, I can use these components to make you better now, or you'll get better in about a week and change. 12 days, to be precise.
Are you saying we have to pay for this, or is that what you're asking? I'm just confirming.
More or less, yes.
Damn, Cobalt
think we
Soul
have that
doesn't have
money.
healthcare.
No.
Fucking
In an
tragic.
I mean, in an emergency, I used it. In what's not an emergency,
I mean, honestly, I've had indigestion that feels a little bit worse than this, and like, I'm sorry, too much information, but I would be fine just feeling a little, no, I'd be like I was a kid again. Like, honestly, it's a little nostalgic. Reminds me of Hupperduke. That air.
not wrong.
Mm. Wake up to the pollution.
And new archivist, you all right toughing it out, or do you want the? Do you want this gone sooner?
We shall suffer with the consequences of our actions.
Fair enough. She tucks it away. I'll see if I can produce something to at least help keep the nausea down. For now, so suitably more cost effective. That, but yes, it should fade in roughly 10 to 12 days. Not a great answer, but at least you have
No, it's
an
really
answer.
not.
At least you have an answer. Where did you where did you get this? What were you doing?
Yes, we probably need to debrief, huh?
On a
Right.
Cobalt Soul sanctioned mission,
Okay.
our
Yes,
party members are sick, and you won't cure them.
Because they'll be fine. Really, this is... Who even are you? You're shouting at me. I saved the one that was dying. These two will be fine, if a bit sick, for a while. Consider yourselves lucky that I threw away even that. For God's sakes,
Threw away?
Yudala. I'm not really in the mood for petulance, so I'll be making my leave. And she just kind of nods, and Yudala, they kind of look at her and just, all right, go back to what you were doing.
Who calls saving someone's life throwing stuff away?
Yeah, kind of shitty.
Can we go back to your office, High
Yes.
Curator? Perhaps have this in a less open space for this conversation.
Of course. You can head up a couple of floors to the same place we met at before. I will be with you in a moment. I was in the middle of a conversation with someone.
Of course.
I'll wrap that up quickly and I'll see my way up to you. And they'll give you a quick nod and step back and away.
Within the same room, or do they leave the room to have their
No,
conversation?
they go back upstairs to the main floor.
Okay.
They essentially instructed you guys to go back. I believe it was like the 4th floor that I described the first time you were here, to meet with her in this kind of private space. She's they're going to go meet with the person they were speaking with just a second ago. Then they're going to make their way up to you, assuming you're going to do what they asked and head up there.
I see no reason why we're not gonna head up there. Yeah.
Other than to just be petty.
Gotcha.
Stupid institution. Not
Aye.
gonna heal us
Aye.
because we've been on
Hate
a
this
mission.
shit. So you can go across and make your way there. Man, there's so many times where I'm like, I should ask for a check, and I'm like, but Rick would just fucking see it. So as you're going, you head to the back, Rick, you see Udala is talking to Nimra's father right now on the
Uh-huh.
opposite side of the chamber.
I just waved at Nimra's dad and left.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question because I can. See
I gotcha. Do you stop to observe the conversation for a certain amount of time, or do you just get what you can as you pass by? Or do you want to decide after you hear the beginning of it?
Well, that's probably the way that works, but
Okay.
it's also going to depend on where we are, right? If it's like a crowded hallway,
It's a
Rick
pretty
doesn't blend
big
in,
space.
but, like-
You guys come out of this lower chamber, and this is a pretty big 60 by 60 foot circular chamber. It's pretty huge. You'll cross past bookshelves and stuff that might block you from view, but most of this space is open seating space. Excuse me, to work and stuff. They would be visible from across. You would be crossing in the most direct line from where you are to the staircase up. You would be at least 30 feet from them at the closest, and as far as 40, 50 feet at the furthest.
Okay. Yeah, so Rick will clock this, take a moment just to see what they're talking about, and then craft a plan to stick around if it feels pertinent.
Okay. Gotcha. And as you all move, you will clock their conversation. Udala returns to him. Apologies. That was a bit of a situation. I don't really care. I didn't ask. I was here to finish. I've been trying to get a hold of you for weeks. Got too preoccupied, too busy for weeks. But you have been avoiding me, and I know you have been avoiding me because of the subject you know I want to have a conversation about. Do you think I am, a child in a schoolyard? I have work to do. I run the largest archive in the Cobalt Soul's possession. I am in charge of a million different things. Do not pardon me being so rude, but do not overestimate your importance or the importance of this matter relative to my work. I just want an answer. Now at this point, I'll ask, do you keep observing?
Yes. Rick is going to say real quick. Rick's going to go. Archivist, would you be so? Could I speak to you for a moment?
Nimra, with the perception of a spoon.
Your choices of description for what you perceive are different every time, and it's always fun. A spoon.
Yeah, it's an inanimate object. That's
True.
Nimra basically has the same perception as an inanimate object.
Gotcha.
They're about as, they're about as emotive as a brick. They can see as much as a brick. Things like that.
No,
It
Rick
works.
is actually quite good. He can see quite a bit. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
you said brick.
So, Nimra will kind of, I assume, post-retch, just yes, do you need something, Rick?
Yes, I was hoping to have a conversation with you. And Rick will post himself up so that Nimra's back is to the conversation so that he needs to be able to see. And the objective here is to carry a light conversation with Nimra so that he doesn't draw attention, so that he can mostly dedicate his focus to the conversation being had between Udala and I don't even care what his name is. We hate him because he's Nimra's father. You're muted.
I am muted. Okay.
Yes, you are.
So I will say, give me either. I would say stealth or persuasion are both relevant to what you're, or performance to what you're trying to do. I'd say no,
Okay.
performance. Performance makes the most sense.
Performance
Nimra,
makes the most sense. Yeah.
give me an insight check, just to see if you catch
Okay.
on at all, or if you're just playing along with Rick's conversation, entirely oblivious.
That's a 2 on the dice for a total of 8.
Okay, so Nimra is not caught on. Nimra's just like, okay, Rick just wants to have a little conversation. That's nice.
Okay. Yeah. Not great. 12,
Okay.
which is wild because my charisma's so freaking high. Oh, because Rick's not a performer. Got it.
As you post up,
Yeah.
have a little bit of conversation. The rest of you might stop, notice, kind of react in the moment. Rick, you catch as they continue. You know that was the only sensible, logical decision. It was open. It was... What better time? I know it's a bit callous of me, but... Udrol, be honest with yourself. Their focus is too singular. They are not really a people person.
Lol.
They are an incredibly talented and intelligent individual, capable of incredible work, really. But do you really see them leading one of the largest reserve in Taldore on their own? They're on a sabbatical for a year, for God's sake. And yet they are the most capable person in that goddamned archive. And you're telling me what? You couldn't have even entertained an interview considering them for the position. Do you know how much I gave up to make that a possibility? Nothing is left of that relationship. They hate me for this, and you couldn't even pretend to consider. I'm sorry, but no one told you to do that. You couldn't have predicted the kind of person they turned out to be, so maybe it was a calculated risk for you, but it is one you took. Should circumstances change in the future, the Dalkin are long-lived. But I don't make promises and I don't pick favorites. I make a decision based on the available information, the available candidates, and what is best for the soul. Of course. And he just steps back around and leaves. Walks off across towards the exit and leaves the building.
Super bummed I stuck around for that. I didn't need that.
The burden of knowledge.
Mm,
It provides
Udall is
zero.
real as fuck for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So with that, Rick is doing his best to keep this conversation with Nimra, but by the end of it, there's a quite visible furrow in his brow, despite the nature of the conversation, which is probably actually it might be pertinent to the conversation we're having, which is a lot along the lines of Archivist, I'm not very good at these. Are you okay? I know it can be hard the first time a soldier fails, and I need you to know you are. And at this point, he's struggling partially because he's bad at this, but also partially because he's trying to keep attention on the conversation happening in the office. So it probably reads as like weird, like uncomfortable dad trying to give the talk energy, when in actuality, he's trying to focus primarily on the conversation in the office.
I just want to preeminently defend myself. The audience may have seen me resist a laugh when you started that. That's because I didn't hear "Are you okay?" I heard "Archivist, are you gay?" And I almost lost my mind. I was like, "What?" and then I realized what you were saying, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not laughing. Okay, it's fine." But you asked, "Are you okay?" And I was like, oh man, I'm
Laugh
sorry.
a little bit on that as a little treat.
Fucking stupid. Sorry.
That's all right.
But yeah, at this point, you would have all, at least for a couple minutes, seen Rick attempt to engage in this conversation with Nimra after taking them aside for a moment.
In which operative word are you using okay? Physically, emotionally, mentally? I need some more specifics, please.
Yes. I'm sorry. I just want to know if you are. He's clearly not like good at the. And then his eyes keep shooting up to like make sure he's not missing a whole lot of conversation. But it definitely reads as he's uncomfortable with the particular situation here. You seemed a little upset about the fact that the magic didn't work the way you had anticipated. I just want to make sure that, yeah.
This, of course, it's concerning that this didn't work. I feel like this was the most realistic course of action to pursue in that case. Of course, I was confused. Maybe. I can't think of the correct word for it at the moment, but apprehensive at the course of the spell not going as enacted, simply because this is a spell with years, decades, centuries, maybe even millennia of research into it. This is not a spell that is designed to fail. There is a lower level, an earlier spell version of it that is much more random and offers the opportunity of failure, but once you have the specific teleportation circle in mind, it's so specific that it should not fail in the way that it had failed, and that alone is alarming. So of course. And Nimra's just going to start info dumping about spells now.
Right. And Rick is definitely like, oh, yes, yep.
It's okay. It's one of the ones where you can like tune out of it.
Yeah.
And listen in really easily.
What happens is probably at some point, right, we get to the end of the conversation that Rick is actually watching. And his brow sort of furrows at the knowledge he's just obtained. And in the middle of this info dump, just kind of slaps a hand on Nimra's shoulders. Great, as long as everything's okay. And he turns around and starts to head back towards the office. just right in the middle, like clearly shaking out of whatever it is. Just great. Oh, as we keep marching, and just turns on his heels and starts heading back.
Yeah, at this point you also see Udala making their way to the staircase that you were all headed to, so give or take, you'd have maybe a minute lead on her if you're still on them, if you're still trying to get up and away. Unless you're planning to just purposely run into them.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter. Rick legitimately was having a conversation despite the fact that he wasn't listening, right? Like,
gotcha.
It's not unusual for party members to have conversations tactical or
Yeah.
fake otherwise.
So as you head over to the staircase, then they approach kind of roughly the same time. They give you a little nod and just good timing. Let's have a conversation. And they lead you up a couple flights and over to their private little space. Allow you to take your seats, make arrangements, and that's where we're gonna call a break.
All right.
Take a little
Good
time. And then we're gonna go ahead and come right back in a few minutes to see where exactly this conversation goes. Thank you.
was
Yeah.
that was a good break.
That
Are
was
you gonna-
Wait,
Such
is
do that
this the
every
bit y'all
fucking
did last time too?
We actually had a break this time. All right.
We
I'm
did.
doing it every time,
Welcome
so they
fucking
never
back
know.
to the fucking fucking show. Fuck. Welcome back.
Wait, that's a lot of f-bombs in the first 30 seconds. Are we gonna like be able to put
It's
this
the
on
fucking
YouTube?
second half of the fucking episode. Who fucking cares? So
YouTube monetization cares, actually.
yeah, this is
Quite
the
a
second
bit.
half. It's not the first 10 minutes. It's what I'm saying. It's not the whatever. You're going up the fucking staircase, all right? Udala's taking you up.
Wait,
Up
it's
you
a
go.
fucking staircase?
Fuck off.
I just need to know what they're doing on this staircase. That's all.
You're walking. You're walking on the fucking staircase,
Okay,
right?
I'm
That's
just checking.
what you're doing.
Just checking.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever, man. Anyway. Yeah. They lead you up the stairs and over to their little alcove where you take your place, take your spot, and settle in for the expected conversation. They sort of kind of call someone's attention and ask that they bring around some drinks, and they take a seat with you. All right. First things first, I presume there were some things that went wrong, considering the state you arrived in. Is it all wrong? Did we get anything right? Were you at all successful in your endeavors?
Some right, some wrong. That just mostly ended in something of an emergency that required us to extract ourselves expediently. The good news is we did find what we were looking for.
Ah,
We didn't have a lot of time to investigate.
wait, sorry. I need to ask an above table question. Where'd you put the fucking body?
Isn't it
Is it in the bag?
the bag
In
of
the bag?
holding?
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't remember if somebody was carrying it, so I was like, is that the skeleton? Okay, got it.
I was
It
just
is- I
thinking
remember.
that. I'm like,
Oh,
we're literally
man.
carrying a corpse on us right now.
Yeah,
In
we
Nimrod's
sure
bag of holding,
are.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Hey, add that.
as you say.
Yes, the biggest issue that we ran into was there is some sort of uncontained power source. We don't know all of the exact details of how it functions or perhaps what it did, but it is very much so operational, perhaps quite unstable, and emitting some sort of unpleasant arcane energy that affects individuals, as you have thusly seen so far. We have reason to believe, based off of some information we received from some denizens down there, that the Cerberus Assembly may be taking a closer look at this energy source.
I'm sorry, denizens?
It apparently also, long enough exposure to such thing, if it does not kill you, grants certain creatures some sentience, as well as more instability. So there are some sort of intelligent creatures down there.
They sort of pull a small notebook and start writing stuff down. All right. And you said they were these sentient creatures that come into contact with the assembly. Do you know to what capacity?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
You said that these sentient creatures came into contact with the assembly. Do you know to what capacity?
I have a feeling that the Assembly probably did some damage to them. Mostly what they implied was some of them were meaner than others. And these are more monstrous looking creatures, so instinct would lead one to probably want to fire first and ask questions later. What they informed us is that some came down, many died, probably due to this arcane poisoning of sorts. They came back with equipment to handle the intense atmosphere. We ourselves did not see any of the Cerberus assembly down there, but the Cobalt Soul hadn't made it quite that as far as we made it in.
I figure they are treating it like a race, more than a cooperative effort, as we were told to do. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. That is good to know. Perhaps I will speak with some of the assembly about this, one step at a time. Alright, well, you said you mentioned you got a hold of what you were looking for. That is good. Miss question, is there anything further you need my assistance on in your efforts? Well, I think so. Do you know about a place called, you know what it was called? I don't remember.
Zagenstar?
Yes! That one. Do you know of a place called Zagenstar? Not off the top of my head. Perhaps or if you would like me to look into it, I could, or you all are free to access the archive stores of information, see if it comes up anywhere. But, of course, like I said, if you're in a hurry, I can put a little effort into it, look into it, and see what I can source for you, if it is important. Are you looking for general information or a location? A location. All right, I'll see if we have anything. But off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with it. No.
Hi, Curator. One other notice of warning. Should the rest of the soul at the base camp excavate any further towards the source of arcane energy, just know that it likely causes magical instability of those that are alive, not unlike those denizens that were being discussed. Have you, Curator, ever heard of a teleportation circle failing and sending you to an unknown location?
Not that I've ever heard of, no. Though, if there is any sort of arcane instability, I suppose it's possible that it could twist the nature of your spell. Misinterpret it, perhaps. It would depend on the extent of the corruption, the instability in the place, specifically. It varies. It's not unheard of that old Age of Arcanum ruins have instability about them in terms of their magics.
Be that as it may, just inform, if possible, except to proceed with extreme caution, lest they not be able to return.
Of course, I'll inform Morai to cease further digging until we've had a chance to prepare properly. Appreciate the warning. And they kind of finish writing out some stuff in their little book, close it. But like I said, if there is anything further I can do, don't hesitate to reach out and let me know. But for now, if you need access to the archives, you're free to take it. Otherwise, I'll need to see to getting this arranged for Morai and for our operations in the ruins. And they sort of stand and give you all a quick nod, and don't wait to step away and head back to what they're doing. And they kind of head back to the staircase and start heading up.
Do we need to take a breather, or do we want to spend a little time in the library?
Well, I'm going to be here today anyway. I'm going to start looking into this now. I don't have anything else to do. So, if you all want to leave that to me, that's fine. You can look around, but if you all want to go take a breather, that's okay too.
Well, in my experience, the best place to take a nap is a library. So,
You take naps in libraries?
oh
That's
yes,
no
it is
fun. Then you
very,
don't get to do
it is-
any reading.
It is very quiet.
But that's
I
perfect
did-
for reading. Then you can be loud in your imagination.
You can do both. I did live in the Marquette archive for a couple of months, like almost
It's
a year
very
actually.
fun. It's very nice.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, seeing as I don't know where I was going with that.
Shall we see if there's any archivists with personal research in ancient civilizations that might direct us in the correct direction?
Or at least give us more information on all of the stained glass people.
Most of us have our own personal research and research projects. It wouldn't be out of the question for one such archivist to exist in the vicinity.
I will leave that to you.
I will join you, Miss Question.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get looking and reading, because reading is fun. And she'll stand up and start making her way, spreading out into the library. So, I take I know what Nimmer's doing. What about the rest of you? What are you doing now?
Oh, I've got a really bad idea.
Sure. All right.
I want to go find Nimra's father.
That's
I
a
can't remember his
decision.
name. Would somebody please remind me of his name?
Udril.
Usual, thank you. Oh, don't love that. Okay. It's too close to my name.
It's very close to Udala as well. I was thinking about that as I was writing down the conversation. I was like, oh, wow. This was an accident, but cool. Accidentally call Udala. Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
I said Udral. Yudral. Combining the
Udrola.
names.
Neutral.
Accidentally call Udala
Oh.
dad.
No.
Father.
Well,
I think I would also like to head to the library and help with doing a little bit of research, just get more eyes on it.
okay.
Yeah, I'll go and help as well.
All right.
Despite saying that they're fine, Seal is not happy with the idea of the party members being sick, and not being treated. I don't suppose there's like a way to get more information on how to help them here necessarily. Is there anything that she would know, just like from her past and her dad, about anything like this?
I mean, this is its source and the way it works is not something any of you would have ever encountered before. The way that the cleric that treated you all kind of what was done here, and this is something you could probably ask around about the specifics. They seemed to glean information on the condition, which is why you can put two and two together that she spoke so like kind of matter of factly, like it was obvious to her that okay, I can greater restoration you, or you can sit with this for about a week and change.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so like that could have been the spell she cast. It's like something that gave her a very mechanical output as to how this works. But this is something that I mean you could look around in the archive. Otherwise, the only thing that might come to mind is asking clerics, but you don't know any specifics about the disease enough to go to a cleric and be like, "Hey, this is happening. Do you know what it is?" Like you don't have enough detail to give them.
Yeah. Um. I want to think of it. I don't know what she would do.
Okay, we can circle back. I'll ask Nimra, Huxley, Mal, what are you specifically researching in the archive? Bless you.
Thank you. At least I know Nimro would be looking for another archivist, potentially, who might be more knowledgeable in that of ancient civilizations to kind of direct them towards the correct place. Maybe somebody who even specializes in ancient Zemnian civilizations to see if they might recognize the name Zagenstar.
Okay, sure.
Sorry, I'm scrolling through my notes.
You're fine. Nimra, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay. All right. +9, that is a 27.
Okay. And Melancholy for her part would kind of just like, I'm gonna go back to the same bar we were at, the same tavern. I'll just kind of hang out there, get us some rooms. If you need to find me, she'll leave. With that, you said 27.
Correct.
Yeah, you head out and start asking around amongst your colleagues, and there are a number of people who have an interest, whether it's purely curiosity or it is their core study, what they do for a living. They have an interest in ancient civilizations of the Age of Arcanum. Um, Generally speaking, the most common one that people seem to have passing knowledge of is Zemnias. You can, in casual conversation, in a bit of back and forth and a bit of direction, you can get that Zemnias is where the Dwendalian Empire came from. That was one of the flying cities of the Age of Arcanum. It came down in this region, the north of the Empire that is known as the Zemni Fields, and the survivors of that crash formed what became the Dwendalian Empire. Specifically, Rexentrum and Icehaven were some of the first places built from that. Zemnias is the society of Zemnias was known as the Zidel Society. That is like the people, the culture. Zemnias was the city, and of course, that is the source of the language of Zemnian, as it exists today. None of the people whose focus is on Zemniaz and perhaps Shattengrod and local Arcanum ruins and the like would have any idea really what Zagenstar is. As you venture out a bit, and sort of more generally, you hear a couple of places mentioned. You hear mention of Aor quite a bit, and you learn that the Empire has active excavations in Eiselcross trying to delve into what is believed to possibly be remnants of Aor, though it is not a sure thing. And there is also mention of a city that you'd also recognize the name of Avalier, though that one's very sparse. There's like, for every 100 people who know about Zemniaz in here, maybe like 40 of them give you this cursory mention of Aor. Maybe 5 of them, 4 or 3 of them mention Avalier, and it's very much a sort of like, we would really like to know where that is. No one has any fucking idea. And beyond that, it doesn't really venture out much. A lot of people know that there were definitely other prominent societies in the Age of Arcanum. There were other flying cities in the Age of Arcanum, but it doesn't seem to be too much of a focus, really. Especially a lot of the people here. A lot of the people working here are cataloging stuff, so they could definitely point you to what they have if you're looking for anything specific. And as you go around, and do you mention Zagenstar? Do you ask about Zagenstar specifically? Yeah, okay. It takes a couple hours to get to this point, but you do eventually find some brief mention of it being a dwarven stronghold during the Calamity specifically. So this is now the God War has started, and it is a stronghold for dwarven people, and by extension, their patron prime deity, the Allhammer, as well, during the Calamity. Though more specifics than that, you haven't found much. You've only found that Zagenstar has been mentioned by name in a couple of different texts and or archived texts that are believed to be Calamity dated. Like, this is stuff like, oh, we have here we wrote down a transcript of a scrap of a letter we found from the Calamity that mentions Zagenstar, stuff like that. So it's quite sparse. It's definitely like the kind of thing that, like, you know it's real. That's about it.
Okay.
And in that, I'll circle back. Hux, do you have anything specific in mind to look into?
I think I would like to see what kind of information this archive has on maybe vestiges of divergence, because I know was it the amulet that we had way back when? That was a vestige, and we no longer have that.
Yes.
But I think this is the first one we found as a group, and I don't know if there will be specific information about this one, but maybe.
Yeah, the Jewel of Three Prayers was a vestige that you discovered together, and the grimoire is the first one you found since. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
All right.
While you do, I'll check in. Seal? Anything specific or no?
I would love to try to get that money, but it's not going to happen. So I think she's just going to try to stealthily make her way back to the tavern with
Okay.
Mel.
Gotcha. Like stealthily, like you don't want her to know you're going?
No, like she doesn't
Or-
want to see anyone who would recognize her in the area.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Alright, go ahead and make a stealth check for fun. Mal, what about you? Anything
Uh,
specific you're looking into?
yeah, I want to see if there's any information on, like, the life and times of Zorus Quenvir.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check as well.
I rolled a 15.
A 15. Gotcha.
17 stealth.
Gotcha.
16.
So, first off, on vestiges, you find a little bit of information. What has come to be known as vestiges of divergence, most commonly just shortened to vestiges. What you learn, it takes you a little while, also a couple hours of like piecing together information, asking people, and then being led to the right place where it's all contained together. Vestiges of divergence are legendary artifacts that were essentially created by the gods themselves during the calamity and given to heroes of the calamity, to champions of the calamity, to mortals. The gods said, you need something made by me, of my ability as a god to do what you need to do in these end times. And they were created for a mortal champion. It is unknown how many there are. It is unknown where most of them are. Some of them are very famously held by famous people. Some of them came up and disappeared. Some of them, like, they vary. They're all over the place. Some of them we know exist. We have no idea where they are. I don't know them off the top of my head, but you could very easily find a couple names. Like you would probably see at least one or two mentioned of the ones wielded by Vox Machina and Taldore. You would find find mention of one like of a blade that was thought shattered and lost, and there have been collected rumors that it has been reforged in recent times in Wildmount. Uh, and these things vary. There's a lot of them. Most of them seem to be weapons. They are clearly tools meant to fight in this war that was going on at the time. But they are created by gods. The vestige in question typically holds some clear tie to the god that created it. And they do vary. They aren't always weapons. Sometimes they are armor. Sometimes they are tools. It varies. And
All right.
Mal, for your part, looking into Zorus, you see you got a 16?
Mm-hmm.
You spend a couple hours looking and asking, kind of trying to source what you figure might be relevant or related areas of research. You do not find a mention of Zorus anywhere. You do see mention of Quenvir, of the last name, maybe once or twice, and it is similarly in snippets of fractions of texts that were transcribed, that were found in Arcanum ruins and kept just for posterity, to see if maybe we can make something of them at some point. I will ask, you're all in here. Are you all like sharing, like communicating your information with each other as
Yeah.
you go?
I think so.
I would say
At
probably.
least, I would say there's like 3 mentions of the Quenvir name.
Mhm.
At least 2 of them mention Zagenstar in the same piece of text.
Do I find any mentions of Clumena Sturl having an apprentice?
Give me another investigation check. Rick, what are you doing?
That's a natural 20 for a hot 27.
All right.
Ooh.
Rick, are you off looking for Nim's dad? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, if he's
Okay.
if he's around.
Are you looking in the archive, or are you because you saw him leave? Are you just gonna go out into town?
Oh, I saw him leave the building.
Yeah. You saw him leave the whole building. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a big city though. Is there a receptionist, somebody up front who might have an idea as to where he's going?
I mean, you could definitely ask. Like, people would have seen him leave, but the most you get is that he clearly left in a huff, like he was frustrated, and he left quite quickly without speaking to anyone.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, let's go out on the town. Let's ask around, see if we can find this Vidalkin curator. I think he's a curator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me an investigation check as well. Mel, in your additional research, you do find mention of the main Estoril, also in more complete transcriptions of archived texts and the like. He is mentioned in texts surrounding Zemniaz, mostly. And he is mentioned typically in conversation around his discoveries, and then in conversations around his sort of seeming mental decline. He presented these, what he claimed to be these lost truths, these stories that he discovered of the existence of mortal life on Exandria before the gods' arrival, and how life functioned before the gods' arrival. And a lot of that information seems to be missing. Like, you're getting descriptions like, he talked about this, but you don't really see what this is. You don't see the specifics of what he talked about. That is missing from these collected texts here. He is mentioned in some of what becomes and sort of comes across as almost like collections of news articles and reports, and public discussion surrounding him, is that it seems that some years into after his initial discoveries that he presented and sort of made waves with, as he increasingly in the public eye became more erratic and was isolating himself more and sort of shunned from wider society a bit. He had an apprentice that sort of presented similar findings. Zoris's name is not mentioned, but Quenvir is mentioned. It's not a stretch to think it's probably the same person. They're just not mentioning his name, but it's not a sure thing. But he's mentioned as an apprentice that you find and you learn with natural 20 for 27 that he picked this kid up. This all happened during the calamity, and because the calamity itself, in case this is something that isn't clear above table, the calamity was a 300-year period. That war went on for several centuries, and the year zero reset happened at the end. So the last years of the post divergence timeline were the several centuries of the calamity, and it's in that time that he was a real big public figure and that this sort of stuff was happening. And you can kind of trace a bit of a path through this. And yes, you do see mention of a Quenvir and of his contributions to Estro's research and the story of how he kind of saved this kid, supposedly. This was a person whose life was utterly decimated when their home, a small sort of nondescript village in Wesar, which is translated in what you read as Taldore by the archivists who transcribe it, was plucked out and rescued and elevated to prominence by Estoril, and then eventually superseded him with his own discoveries, which are documented here to, it is believed, and this is all heavily notated to be speculative, but it is believed to have like his research and his work to have been based somewhere in this region where Zemniaz frequented. And so it's kind of like, did he work in Zemniaz? Did he work somewhere else on the ground? We don't know, kind of thing. And you kind of also gain the slight sense that it's very possible that what you guys found on him in Shattengrod, you might be the first to have found that specific information. Or at least the first amongst the people who put their research into books in this place. And Rick, for your part, what'd you get on your investigation check?
I got a natural 20 on my cheese dice for a total of 21.
All right. Then you will be happy to know that in a matter of about 2 minutes and 38 seconds, I saw him just disappear when he left the building.
Fuck. Why is it that wizards have to be so...
Beats walking.
Gug.
They disappear. Haha. Just kidding, but that was funny for Flair.
That was funny. That was
Love
funny.
wizards.
All right, fine. Guess I will drink alone. I'm gonna go find a tavern.
Just a tavern?
A tavern.
All right, roll me a d20.
Or not. Stay in the damn thing. 6.
All right. You venture off. You're like, this part of town, too clean. You keep going. This part of town, still too clean.
It's like you know
And you end up at a bar. That sign has been graffitied to say, the shit kicker.
Perfect. My people.
And you step inside, and it is the shit kicker. This place is packed, and it is gross, and it is barely getting to sunset, and people are in here drunk already. So
Perfect. Straight to the bar. Largest thinker you have?
a huge, kind of burly-looking half-orc guy just kind of turns around and just like what is essentially a miniaturized barrel, like that can be grabbed to be drank from, but it's shaped like a fucking barrel, just on the table. 1 gold.
1 gold.
Takes it. There you go. You get 1 gold for the biggest fucking mug of shit piss ale you've ever had in your life.
Spectacular. Rick's gonna head out into the main room, find somebody who is like drunk off that, like clearly passed out in a chair, just kick them over out of the chair and sit down on the chair.
And you get what amounts to the kind of Looney Tunes, hey, and they just into the pile and like fucking spinning around. It takes about 5 minutes for you to start a fucking bar fight in this place. Because you kick the guy down, he falls over, his chair bumps another guy, he gets up and says hey to you, and this other guy's like hey, and then slams him over the fucking head, and then they're just off, and you are back home.
Perfect. Drinking the show.
Yep. This seems about right.
Yeah, this is normal.
Oh man, could you imagine if I brought Yusriel here?
Oh gosh.
Hey man, you want to get crazy?
Hey,
Are you
let
just
off
trying to
some
corrupt
steam.
all the dads of the party?
Yeah.
okay, so listen, you guys have now caught on, so we're just gonna do this. Yes, absolutely.
I want you to meet
Dads-
Huxley's
Oh my God.
grandfather
Dads
so badly.
gravitate
Club.
towards dads, right? Like this is absolutely. I want to know your. Listen, your mothers are lovely, I'm sure. And actually, Rick probably particularly is going to absolutely love Nimra's mother. But Rick
Yeah.
this is a bonding thing. This is like, yes, absolutely. Meet the dads, take them out, get to know, who these children were before we started adventuring together. Yeah.
Just getting dirt.
Oh
Dad
boy.
Club. I love Dad Club.
Dad
I
Club.
support this.
It's absolutely Dad Club. And there may or may not be other tactical reasons for this as well. But let's just focus on the cute little social aspect of it.
Yeah.
There is a dad in the city.
Yes.
It's
Well,
true.
Just-
yes,
Everybody in this party has a dad, except
Yeah.
That is very rare. I feel like. I mean,
yeah, that's
Rick
fair.
is a dad,
Rick is a dad. That's fair.
and you also have your like weird god dad.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. I do have my weird god dad.
And he has his mom.
Yeah, your weird
Is
god
Rick-
mom.
I
Yeah.
think Rick's the only I think Rick's the only. No, he has his actual mom.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. I have.
Rick is the only person who's missing a parent, right? Like.
Huxley doesn't have parents. He has his
Oh,
grandfather.
okay. Right. Okay.
Oh yeah, gotta meet your
Kind of a
grandfather at
dad.
some point too.
It-
To
It's
your
very
point,
rare.
Gwen,
with
I'm
this.
not sure Rick is aware of that, or he probably would be pursuing it
I
already.
gotta go find Seal's
so
dad.
funny.
No reason.
Wait a second.
I love that.
Because I wasn't in the room, right? You went and visited
Yeah.
your brother and brother-in-law. Is that right?
Yes.
You took Mal, but like Rick's not aware of that particular encounter. Otherwise, if he knew your family was in town, oh yeah, he invites himself over to dinner. Hi, I've been adventuring with your daughter. I just thought I'd
God.
come by and introduce myself.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a really good dad thing to do. It helps inspire, a degree of trust. Like, oh, when you wanted to go out to your friend's house when you were younger, and your parents were like,
Absolutely.
I need to meet their parents first before you go to their house.
I cannot let
That's-
him meet my parents.
After the last meeting of Dad Club, Mal is forbidding any more meetings of Dad Club.
Yeah.
Even
are you
after your
talking
dad
about?
almost jumped off an airship.
I was not going to let him jump off the airship without at least having a rope tied around his waist.
Nice.
He did, because he went for it.
Yeah, not better.
Honestly, what a guy. What a dude.
That's
Fuck
all
yeah,
I want.
dudes rock.
That's all I want. I just want him to be a dude. That's it.
Yeah.
What a dude.
And again, dudes rock. Fuck yeah.
Those of you in the library, is there anything else you're looking into? Or are you sort of collecting your information and coming together now? You'd estimate you probably still have at least a couple hours in the day before you should maybe head to rest. It's getting dark now, but you still have the night.
I'd be interested in trying to do a little bit more research on like the arcane radiation poisoning and see if that's a phenomenon that's happened elsewhere.
Okay.
Seconded.
Okay. You two can either make individual investigation checks, or one of you can roll with advantage if you're just together looking for the same thing. Mal, you?
No, I think I will actually head back to the tavern.
Okay.
Pretty big question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Both Huxley and Nimra are still afflicted with arcane radiation.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to be doing it with disadvantage. You're right.
I've been rolling with disadvantage and rolling really bad. So, but if it cancels out, so we get like one roll collectively, right? If we're using both our brain cells.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we should probably be
Negotiation.
doing that. What's your modifier for investigation?
I think yours is higher because I'm not an intelligent. I'm smart, but I'm not Nimra smart.
It's okay,
You said
I'm also
that
not
last
Nimra
session
smart.
too.
I don't think
Almost
anyone
verbatim.
is Nimra smart.
It's funny.
Look, I've got like 4 catchphrases, and apparently that's one of them.
Add it to the list.
Catchphrases are good. Easy merchandise.
I'm not
Don't
smart.
tell-
I'm
don't
smart,
tell
but I'm not
Gilmore.
Nimra smart.
Nimra smart,
On a
yeah.
t-shirt.
So then you want Nimra to roll with advantage?
I'll assist you. I'll even guidance you. Why not? Here,
Ooh.
pat you on the back.
So you make a straight roll with a guidance with a d4.
Okay, it's a very good thing that they got the advantage. Okay, so that is a 4 plus 5. That's 9
remember
plus
that-
9, 18.
Okay.
'Cause the first roll was a natural 1. Second roll was a
I'll
5.
say This also takes a good like another hour or two, and you don't find anything on radiation poisoning, on arcane radiation. What you find that you can link back to what you experienced down there is that there are reports from Isocross, from Imperial expeditions led by the Cerberus Assembly into the ruins in Isocross that point to magic being somewhat unstable within the ruins, particularly the deeper into them you go.
And how
And-
is Isocross spelled?
I'll type it out for
I
you.
didn't ask it earlier. I'm hoping I spelled it correct.
EIS.
Okay, I added an extra S in the beginning, but I was close.
SEISE?
No,
I'm kidding.
EISS.
I'm kidding, Mac. I'm just messing with you.
With my spelling habits, that could have been a spelling I would have tried. I'm gonna be so real with you.
SL cross.
Sisal cross.
Yeah, the S is silent. Or in this
Duh.
series, the X is silent.
Or
Every
it's
fucking
just
ways.
it's just the letter S. It's like capital S space capital EI. SL cross.
South Isal cross.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're not
Not
going to
wrong.
believe this. I just moved to the most beautiful place. It snows all the time. Yeah, I live over on South Islecross.
Look, if you have North Isal cross, you could just call it Nisal cross.
You got him.
Wait,
I'm so
West
sorry.
so West Isocross is Weisselcross.
Weisselcross.
Oh my god!
Isocross, East is
Oh my god.
Isocross.
Nice!
If you live up in the southwest, it's Weisselcross.
We're sorry, Ruby.
No, she's
This
on the
shouldn't be
phone.
as
That's
funny
why
as
I'm
it is.
continuing to do this. Is because
God,
she's
a
currently
banter.
occupied. So we're creating content ourselves.
We need
Our
to
show
clip this
now.
Yeah.
and then send it to Matt Mercer and be like, "Thank you for your world building."
And if
Yeah,
you're
we
watching
got-
this and you've got Matt Mercer's personal information, go ahead and send this clip to him as well. Let him know we're available for any sort of consultations.
So wait, in order, it's Nisocross, Nisocross, Isocross, Swisocross, 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 Weisselcross, Noisocross.
Ooh, I'll
Yeah, I
live
think
in
I did that in order.
Cross.
What about Central? Central.
Oh yeah,
Isocross.
I guess at some point there is like a
Isocross.
new Isocross, right?
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Isocross.
We're
You
making
Isocross?
lore.
We're creating
I like
lore,
that.
buddy.
I'll
We're
watch
on a
this back.
roll here. Don't stop us.
I wasn't listening. My mom was fucking talking for like nonstop.
I know.
She calls
that's
me to
why
ask
we were-
about my son. I tell her that takes about 2 minutes, and then she spends about 10 minutes going, "You know how my day was?" And I'm like, "I guess I'm about to."
That's why we were actively filling the time. We were just
Thank you.
creating lore.
I heard that part. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We
I'll
got
make
you.
notes when I'm in the edit. I'll make notes.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
please don't.
No. We need to send
Hey.
this to Matt Mercer.
Yes.
We're lore building.
Yep.
Clip it and send it.
It's true.
Exactly.
I'll
That's the way
tag him
you
on
get
Blue
in.
Sky. That
We
place
could-
is small enough that he sees my posts. He liked one post I made that I tagged him in. So I
Hey.
was like,
Th-
I'm in.
We could be on Beacon. Like we could
So
actively,
true.
Like
So
this
true.
is our way in.
Spin
We could
off
just-
Yes,
time.
come on.
We
So
could
true.
listen. We're running. This
Give me the
world.
money, man.
We're
This
running
is
this
such a
world.
cheap production, dude. Takes like no effort. Trust me.
We
Employ
listen.
me
We just,
full time. I will work for slave wages. I don't care.
we just need the branding, man. We just need the platform. Give us the platform.
True.
We're low
Yeah.
budget. We take
True.
care of everything ourselves.
That's right. We
You
are
can trust
shameless.
us.
We're
I
in
have
it for
great
the love of
merch
the game.
ideas. Also, I have excellent merchandising ideas. Okay.
Absolutely. Our
Again.
first T-shirt is "I'm smart but not Nimrod."
Nimra smart. It's true.
Okay, but can we please get that in like the style of like, you know, the teenage boy shirts where it's like, I'd rather be gaming?
Gaming. Yeah. I paused my game to be here.
Yes.
I
in the
put
style
down
of,
my
like,
devil summoning tome to be here.
oh my god.
Good.
I unironically, if Nimra didn't dress in like kind of just rags and like loose clothing and that style, I do think they would in fact be like the Legend of Zelda t-shirt, cargo short
the-
type of
Right.
person.
That is a modern Nimra right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
true. And just with the hottest bitch you've ever seen.
Yeah.
With the-
We
at the same
saw this
time.
born out in The Sims that you
Yeah.
made.
True.
We did.
Hi,
True.
everybody who's watching
This
this.
is
You
not
can just
fucking important.
you can flip off for 15 minutes. We're gonna just
No.
finish this business
Take
meeting
it
and
here.
get back to you.
Any fucking way. What the fuck were we talking about?
Don't you
Oh
love
my
it
God.
when your
Fuck
players Come on, man. Don't you love it when your players get into the lore like this?
Into the lore. Yeah. For
We
sure.
were talking about Isocross, and
We
then
were talking about
started
Isocross and
Isocross.
yeah, we were talking about Isocross and how there's weird magic the same way there was in the pit. I think
Thank
is
you,
where we were,
yes.
and then we
That's
asked
the
you
line you
about-
can trace.
Yes.
Yes, is that you pick up that there are descriptions of things that sound similar to the sort of fluctuation you felt when you dimension doored, in the way the spiders seemed to behave, that sort of thing. And
Is there any mention on how to guard against that sort of thing?
don't cast spells.
Don't magic. Gotcha.
Crazy.
Genuinely, it is mentioned that like casting spells, especially the more powerful the spell, is particularly dangerous when venturing into the ruins in Isocross, and you can venture to assume that if this extends to other Age of Arcanum ruins, it is probably the same.
Okay.
Very cool. Very awesome. Fucking sick.
This is proven to be, and this is kind of like a side note, as like we've noticed this in discussions we've overheard and stuff. This is proven to be a bit of a pain point for the assembly who are leading the expedition in Isocross, because they can't just teleport shit in and out.
Advantage.
Gotta strong arm it.
Mm.
Does it mention, because you're in a soul archive, does it mention any? Never mind, that wouldn't be in the research you were looking for. Forget I said it. Rick will bring it up later.
Okay. That said, to circle back, in the hours you guys spend here doing all this, Steel, you would have left a good deal sooner. You said you made your way back to the tavern. What are you doing when you get there?
Is Melancholy here? Like, was she here before me, or? Did we
Yeah,
go
when
at
you
the
get there,
time?
she's at the bar.
Okay. I guess I'll just go to the bar too. Nothing really specific that she's planning on doing. It's more just she doesn't really want to be in a library right now, and it's probably the safest place for her to be in one location.
Did you get bored of the nerd shit?
It's not really my thing. It's
Is
a little
drinking your thing? Here. She like slides you a half-empty mug already. Probably not. That seems a
Sure.
little rude. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Finish that one. She like taps the bar.
It's
2.
it's a bit overwhelming. All this magic stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of a lot to process.
So why are you here? You're
I'm not.
you're a curious person.
Yeah, but I'm not a very good reader. So, I'll just ask them questions later.
That's fair.
I also haven't had a drink in like weeks, so here I am.
Got it.
You seem uncomfortable with that answer.
I mean, I've seen up close what that is like, so for you.
What do you mean? I'm like a fun drunk.
Except for when you stabbed me and
Listen, I was in an emotionally unstable state. All right? That wasn't necessarily because of the alcohol.
I don't think it helped.
No, it didn't help,
Yes.
but you know, I would have been fine if I hadn't been exposed to the source of some of my deepest traumas unwillingly and unexpectedly. If I had been expecting it, it probably would have helped, actually. So. Anyways, drink up, champ. You seem kind of angry at me, giving me a look that is making me
Angry.
slightly nervous and uncomfortable. Well, then what is it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Not even like a little bit?
Not really. You ever just don't know how you're feeling?
Oh,
Feeling something and you don't know why?
all the time. I am an emotionally unstable mess quite often. So yeah, kinda. I get it. Cool, gotcha. On the same page. Understood. Locked in on it. Situated. Thank you.
Are you okay? What?
No. I drank already. So. I'm like a little way there.
Got it.
Yeah. Too slow. Sorry, that's like obnoxious. I am making the situation worse. I will take a bottle. Thank you. And she will slide a couple points and like order one and like knock it. And just what you have what?
I'm not going to drink this, so.
You don't have to. Wasn't for you. And get you one if you want, but you just said you don't.
No,
so I
I'm
won't.
talking about the drink in front of me.
Oh, okay. She takes it. That's fine.
But you have a bottle now, so I will take that back.
What? Well, you just said you weren't gonna drink it.
I don't want to give you more.
Why? I paid for it. All right. Keep it and just stare at it or whatever. That's fine. What? What are you, like, AA over here? Like, I'm fine. I can't, someone can't have a drink? Like, we just almost died of, like, super magic disease or whatever. I'm allowed to have a drink.
Didn't say anything.
You are giving me A judgmental eye. Eyes. Both of them are pretty fucking judgmental right now.
My bad.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to my room. I don't have anything else. I thought I had something else that I don't. And she'll dismiss herself and head upstairs.
She'll just sit at the bar.
And it takes, it's not too long. It's maybe another half hour, 45 minutes. Mal, you eventually come around, find your way back, you can see Seal at the bar. You don't see any sign of melancholy down here, and the others have not returned yet by the time you've arrived here as well. And like I said, this is all a good deal. While the others are doing their research, you guys spend most of the rest of the day in there doing your stuff.
Hey, where's Mel?
She went to her room, I guess. Guess I said something wrong, I don't know.
Everything okay?
If you ignore a bunch of things, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, fair. I'll sit and order a drink.
Did you find any world-changing news? For us, at least.
I found some things. Nothing world-changing.
It's fair.
I think we probably know more than a lot of people right now.
Which is weird. I've never been someone who knows things, so...
Yeah, me too. But maybe we'll know some more tomorrow. After all, we still have, our friend in the bag.
That's true. Is there, like... We were down there for a while, and that guy was there for even longer than us. Is there any chance that we're gonna be, like, poisoning ourselves touching that thing? I don't know how this works.
No, that's a really good point. I don't know.
Cool. I guess we'll, find out tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, maybe Nimra will have some idea.
True.
Or we could find a way to make ourselves one of those protective suits.
Do we think we need to go back?
I hope not.
Yes, that was a lot. I'm not really a fan of underground, so
Yeah, I'm tired after that.
Yes.
What time is it?
By the time you got there and started having this conversation, it probably would have been just after sunset, so it's like just gotten
Okay.
dark.
We should use the night to really get some rest, I think.
Yeah. How are you?
You know, if you learn lots of things, fine.
That's fair.
My healing magic. It isn't the same since we were down there. But I don't think it's the radiation.
What do you think it could be? Is there anything else that changed? You said you talked to your person, right? Your god thing?
Yeah, and everything was fine. But down there, when I healed Huxley, and then again here when I tried to heal Question, it was like it took a little bit of the energy from me.
That's not good.
And Mal, kind of as you talk about this, you sort of explain this, you lay that out, you're like, you think, and you know that's kind of a good thing, because like then I'm like really helping. I like it, like actually.
I don't know. It's honestly, it's really probably nothing. I'll keep an eye on it, but I don't know. I think we have bigger things to worry about right now.
Okay.
When the others get back, we should think about what we want to ask Zorus. If it is him, I guess that's something to ask.
What if it's not? We just did this for nothing.
Well, if it's not, we'll find out who it is. Maybe they'll have something to say.
That's true.
And speaking of, those of you who have spent the remaining hours locked away in the Rexentrum archive as you come now to the tail end of that last bit of your research, is there anything else you're going to attempt to do in the last bit of time before you head back, or is now the time to retire?
I actually have a question for you, Nimra.
Yes. What is Huxley?
Uh, has, and this is disregarding, you know, the weird, whatever interference there was down in Shattengrod. Has your magic changed recently? I mean, maybe not all of it, but you've been picking up some new tricks.
I don't think Nimmer would avoid that question, so yeah, I think they're gonna answer. I think they'd be quite proud of it, actually. How perceptive of you to notice. Yes, I've recently managed to find some access, have my prayers answered, so to speak. Seems as if I can call upon a touch of divine magic now.
Like from a god?
Presumably slow. I don't see other options.
I mean, do you know what god it is, or is that a secret? Huxley lowers his voice since like he remembers they're in the Empire and like they're a little weird about their gods.
Oh man, would Nimra be able to put 2 and 2 together and realize why you lowered your tone of voice? Yeah, they have an okay insight, just not an okay perception. So yeah, I'll say Nimra maybe is able to key into the situation a little bit and remember present company. And they also lower their voice. No. I'm unfamiliar, and the god did not name themselves, but offered knowledge in exchange for, well, I presume this is the same for most deities who require you to devote your life to them. I assume that's common for those of the cloth, acolytes and such.
I mean, I'm not a religious person myself. I'd celebrate a couple holidays here and there, but I probably wouldn't know. You don't think it's weird that they didn't reveal them, at least a name or tenets or an oath that you needed to take? Unless you took an oath. That would be exciting.
And Nimrod does actually think upon this now, because I don't think the thought had occurred to them initially, that there might be something weird with what happened. No, the conversation was quite short. I assumed that they had absconded almost immediately after I asked the question. I haven't had the chance to re-establish the connection, so to speak, through another prayer. I was actually planning on asking Mal for a bit more advice with her sage guidance, that they might be able to help me further elucidate proper procedures for the such. Or perhaps Rick also. He seems like he had strong opinions on those of the godly variety. Melancholy seemed particularly devoted. We've a few in the party that could offer some pointers, so to speak. But I did not see it odd at the time.
I mean, I may not know you as well as some people, but it seems a little odd. At least odd for you to potentially enter into some sort of contract without knowing the terms.
Which is quite out of character. That is quite out of character for them. The allure of the knowledge that I could find from no other
Though I'm unsure if I'm actually bound by any means. I had asked how I show my devotion and had not received a response. Just the blessings that they had put upon me. I figured that was normal for those of the faith. Is that not what the definition, according to Miss Melancholy, is?
I couldn't say for certain. Like I said, I'm not particularly devout.
Neither was I. But the promise of knowledge, I suspect, supersedes most. I'm willing to try most things at least once, though there are some points where it might even cross my morals, whatever they may be. Like how I was unwilling to sacrifice 70 virgins to get into the hells.
I might get to that point one of these days if we, if plans A through X don't work out, but I just wanted to make sure, I trust you. I trust your judgment. I trust that you're a well-educated and insightful person, and I just wanted to make sure something hadn't happened.
Hopefully, I shall bring up the questions that you have brought up. Perhaps that will point in a better direction. If I receive answers, I shall inform you of them. Keep the party in the know.
I mean, your spiritual journey is your spiritual journey, and I mean, you're allowed to have that. I just my magic that I, made a deal for has fundamentally changed me in a lot of ways that I, perhaps wasn't quite ready for or wouldn't have consented to otherwise. And I know you're aware that sometimes actions have consequences, and I wanted to make sure that you weren't you were aware of that I was aware of that. Not that I'm trying to tell you how to do things.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Your magic stems from not a patron of the fiendish variety, but of your wife, correct?
I mean, those two things may be similar, given some of the... I don't know what my wife is. And I'm fine not knowing.
Huxley, do you think that I would be judging you for this? One of my closest relationships as of current. And they lower their voice again.
We're like whispering face to face.
Is someone of the fiendish persuasion. And they go back to the regular whispered voice. There's no judgment from my end. Again, I said it many weeks ago at this point. It matter not where your power comes from, but on how you use it in the world around you and who it benefits. There will be no judgment from me on that end.
I'm not so worried about being judged myself. I don't care. I'll spend the rest of my life getting shoved into a locker if I have to. I don't want Agatha to think that I think less of her. Or that it would matter what she is, or who she is, or where she came from, or what's happened to her. Sometimes speaking things into existence, it sounds a lot worse out loud than it does in your brain.
I believe there is a saying where words have power. Is that the concept you're speaking of?
Yeah, something like that.
Noted. Avoid saying words that you do not want to have power. I shall be mindful. And I suspect, like with most things, power almost always has consequences. I was prepared for many things of my life. To always make sure for my furthest research goal. You'll find that I'm not quite significant in this group, outside of my expertise. There's always more people to know with knowledge of devils. I was prepared, if I went to the hells by myself, of potentially never coming back for my research. You'll find that I'm not worried about myself in that sense, so long as the goal is at the end of the tunnel. I believe that is the saying. I'm unsure if I said that correctly.
I get your point.
I will try to endeavor to leave the party out of crossfire should push come to shove. Another metaphor that I believe is correct here.
I mean, again, it doesn't mean much coming from me. I think you're fucking brilliant, Nimra. I mean, I can't say that I would have an interest in your interests if, circumstances weren't as they were, but I can't imagine going to hell with anyone else. And I'd really like to see what comes of your research one of these days. I mean, after all is said and done. I'll read the entire paper, front and back, or book, or volume, series, whatever it is you decide to write.
My ultimate goal. I care not to have my name known everywhere, but I would love to have my work published in a series of encyclopedias on the hells. Oh, to have it alphabetized, locations catalogued, perhaps even have volumes. Have a set of every section of the alphabet just for the first layer. Oh, the knowledge I could record.
Maybe you could convince Aggie to do the illustrations for you. She's pretty good at that kind of thing.
I do hope you realize the minute we make contact with her in person, I will be stealing her for a few days, weeks even, just to pick her brain about what the experience was.
I get her first. There's no negotiating there.
I will just follow behind then.
You might not want to, but we'll.
Think. Are you done in there yet? I just had a couple questions before I went to bed. It's like 3 a.m.
Nimra.
The fucking a face appears in the door. Get lost. It just disappears.
Oh, if that exact thing doesn't happen, I will be incredibly disappointed.
Stored.
I'll be
Alright.
I'll be cognizant of the distance. That will be appropriate. Worry not. I might trail behind, like 10, 15 feet behind.
I'm sorry, one more. Just like in bed, just Hold on. It's just a fucking scry orb in the corner of the room. Give me a minute.
I thought you were gonna say, like, Huxley, why are your hands so clammy? You turn over.
This is their life now. Fuck, I guess.
And this is me, my wife, and Nimra, who stands 10 to 15 feet away.
There's a letter in the mailbox. I see you blocked my scrying recently. You've crafted some sort of device to block any incoming messages. I understand, but this is really quite urgent.
Oh my god! Isn't this gonna make Haster jealous?
Are you kidding?
That would require some sort of like intent behind it. Nimra, your academic
Clueless.
research. Well, this
Haster's the one
depends
providing the scrying at this point.
I think Haster would be an enabler.
Yeah.
Completely
definitely.
lost. Interesting. She's clearly the one in charge, I think. I gotta save some of this for the epilogue. I'll keep this.
Oh god.
I'll lock it down.
I'm sorry, I'm physically incapable of keeping things serious for much longer than like 10 minutes. That's on me.
No,
No. Hey, I will take any chance to make a sex joke. It's all good.
please. All right, I think we should probably get heading out.
I fear we've exhausted most of the resources here for anything relevant, interesting, and such.
Yeah, we'll just have to have a conversation with the friend we brought back.
Nimra pulls out their tome, writing out information.
I thought you were gonna pull out the body.
Yeah, I know, that is fully what I thought was about to happen.
All right, let's get to work.
No, nobody can cast Speak with Dead. No, they're just making a note to
tomorrow.
themselves to make sure that they can get Mal to involve them in the casting so they can see what happens. Yeah, take some notes. And how are you feeling as you're writing out this in the air? Do you mind if I put my hand on top of yours real quick? I just want to feel how you channel your divine magic. What was that incantation? Vostrea? Does that have a accent over the A? You know, Nimra's definitely gonna do something stupid like that.
So you two head back to the tavern when you're done here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Rick, are you gonna go till you're knocked out in there or what?
No, I'm gonna go till I'm just. First of all, it's a bar fight. Nobody's knocking me out. But
Fair.
no, he will drink and watch and observe and just for as long as he feels he can just spend time being in a place he hasn't been in a long time. Right? Just being 22 years old again and being in a bar with a bunch of soldiers who just fight and drink. And, you know, the only thing that would make it perfect is if there happened to be a brothel upstairs and there were other sounds too. Like, that's the only thing that would make... And he just takes a moment, like, he just takes some time to just reminisce on all of the good times before he has to go back and be the adult in the room. Even though he's not great at that either. So he'll drink a lot, but not so much. Make sure that he is in fact clear-headed before he leaves. You all keep referring to it as the tavern, so I assume we have a place.
The Grey Pearl.
Great.
I mentioned at the very beginning, the same one as last time. Yeah, it'd be
Great.
the Grey Pearl.
So he will sort of slowly I guess it's more evening or closer to evening now.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. He'll like slowly kind of saunter his way back towards the Great Pearl. Stopping
Pearl.
only. What?
Gray Pearl.
Ah, the Gray Pearl, less pretty
Very
than the Great
important.
White Pearl, but that's okay. Yes, the Gray Pearl. Stopping only so briefly. If there's sort of like an alleyway or someplace a little bit darker off to the side where you can just be sort of alone for just a moment.
Yeah, easy enough.
He'll pull the pendant from his neck and slice across his hand, sort of grabbing a little bit of blood on his two fingers, and draw the eye. Then sort of like heal up his hand and just take a moment and just stare at it. I don't. Why are there so many of you? Why does this have to keep happening? He'll sort of smear the blood away from the wall, assuming there's no sort of reaction. Pick up his spear, grip it a little bit tighter. There will be blood. There will. And he'll step back out in the street and make his. He'll step out into the street and make his way back to the Great Pearl.
Okay. You make your way there. And in order of operations, probably arrive next before Nim and Hux get there later in the night. And a lot of you are together downstairs again, save for Melancholy, who went upstairs earlier. And you've got a bit of time in the night, time to get rooms, talk a bit before, inevitably, I presume, heading up to bed. But order of operations is yours.
I assume Melancholy went to bed.
Yeah. Not here, so she's upstairs somewhere.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it?
No. Thank you.
There's a sense of relief, a big sigh. Great. Lovely. How are you feeling, kiddo? You seemed a little, how you say, depleted. Usually healing is sort of a spiritual regenerative thing. It's supposed to bring joy, and yet for some reason you seem to be like, it hurts. I just want to make sure we're not going backwards here. Or you're doing the thing Nimra is doing, where like the black arm and devoting yourself to evil things.
No, I think it's fine. I think it was just stressful being down there. Don't worry about it.
Rick puts on his best dad face. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to believe that?
I promise it's fine.
Okay. Rick takes a quick look around. Why am I itching for another fight? In the word on our two how you scholars.
I haven't heard anything.
I left them at the library.
Of course you did. Anybody care to give odds on whether or not they return, or if they're just sleeping there?
Knowing Nimra, probably the latter.
And Huxley famously and openly admitted that he spent several months living in a library.
Yeah.
I'm going to give them 1/2 hour, or until I finish the next 2 tankards of ale. And then I'm going to find them.
Smart.
Probably
About
a good idea.
29 minutes and 54 seconds. Boom. They're there.
Rick is like literally draining the rest of it. He's been timing it so that he finishes the ale on the 1/2 hour. Oh, good. You both managed to escape that terrible place with all of the books. There's sort of a wry, like there's a smirk, a joking smirk on his face. Clearly, like not his thing, but. So, what do we know?
The more adequate question is, what do we not know? In that case, specifics, the precise location of basically most things. Huxley, Mal, if you would like to report your findings as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll share what I discovered about the Quenvir surname and Clemaine Esterol's apparent descent into mad theories.
Yeah, Huxley will do the same. I don't feel like he learned anything too groundbreaking regarding vestiges. For arcane radiation poisoning, don't use magic. You start to feel a little icky, don't cast any spells.
No, correction. I should specify the spell thing was specifically avoiding the weird disruption in magic that seems to happen in these cities. You didn't get any specifics on this radiation poisoning. I had said that you found a similar connection in notes mentioned on the excavations in Isocross that seem to produce similar results when magic is cast, particularly powerful magic. And so the advice to avoid these weird effects is to not cast powerful spells in those places.
No magic in ancient cities.
You were correct in that regard, Celiana. Forgive me for not trusting your judgment in that case, but your gut feeling, I believe is the saying, your instinct, was correct in that aspect.
Wow. That's first.
Rick puts his hands up. Let us all take a moment and mark this date and time in a calendar somewhere. I sense this is going to be a rare occurrence.
Have I not apologized before?
Not in front of me.
I'm sorry. I'm so
Nimra
distracted.
going through their notebook.
Apologize for.
No, they're gonna start keeping a tally.
We are short one more member of our party, and I think it is important that Melancholy be here. But
We can just go to her room.
That
right?
is true.
She's in her room.
Yeah.
She is in this tavern, correct? Am I incorrect in that assumption?
She was here. I haven't seen her leave.
I speak from experience. You don't always have to walk out the front door if you want to leave a tavern.
So true.
No. This is correct. I often teleport out.
Like father, like child.
The teleportation is just so much more convenient. Why would you walk?
Or, defenestrate yourself. Just fly out a window.
That's true. Rick also doesn't leave taverns by the front door.
No, he doesn't. I've done it a half dozen times. Officially on camera since the. Anyways, okay, we don't necessarily have to do this tonight, but I feel like we are a little off course. It is worth us having a conversation about what we need to know, what we need to do. Because as much as Hester would like us to believe that there is time, Amara and Aggie are mortal, as far as I know.
Nimra takes a knowing look at Huxley.
Huxley just. I'm mortal,
Well,
I think.
no, that is fair. I just don't know, I feel sidetracked. We are chasing these things in questions, dreams, and perhaps they are important. But we still have a book to get in Sigil. We still have to go to the Feywild. We still have to figure out what the Ninth Layer wanted with scrolls. And we still have to figure out where our sugar daddy is.
I think this book that we found could give us more information on the scrolls, or at the very least, they're connected, apprentice to master in some sort of way.
Correct me if I've misremembered. Nimra with the perfect memory.
Nimra's becoming real humble. I don't understand what's happening here. There used to be a sense of like, it wasn't even arrogance. They just knew, listen, I'm right all the time. And now there's a lot of like, forgive me if I'm wrong. You're not wrong.
They've got a lot of self-doubt going on today with their magic failing left and right. They've got a little bit of imposter syndrome right now. Were the scrolls actually above table before I say this? Remember, might not even say this otherwise. I, the player, have a small brain, little goldfish brain with a goldfish memory. The scrolls were part of Question's dreams, were they not? Or at least, no, it was the
heart,
the cage, the soul cage,
yeah.
which was relevant to what the devils wanted.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Question's prophecies have been, or her prophetic dreams have been the center of attention for these devils. I suspect what she has been dreaming of will lend itself to their plans. Us following these dreams will likely foil what the devils want further. At very least with Paimon.
I am not refuting this. This is incredibly important and most definitely needs to be handled. But does it need to be handled by us? I very specifically signed on to this endeavor to do one thing. That was to rescue my friend's wife. Now I am chasing dreams. If you tell me that chasing these dreams, if you can 100% tell me that chasing these dreams gets me to Agatha quicker, I will run through a wall. But every day, every week we spend traveling is another day of torture for Amara and Agatha and everybody else who is down there. I want to get down there. I want to hurt the people who are hurting the people who matter to the people that matter to me.
I want to as well, Rick, but I want to survive to do that, and I think any advantage we can take away from these creatures and give to ourselves is going to benefit us in the end, because you're strong. You're insanely strong. I got eaten by a lava shark or a land shark, and
Yes.
spent the entirety of a battle in a creature's stomach.
Yes.
And
And
that is not in the hills.
That is my
which
fault.
is
I take full responsibility for that. But these things we
Point
are
is-
collecting, Huxley, they are not helping us. They are not making us stronger. The soul anchor has been sent away to be destroyed. This book, I'm sure, has lovely letters and words in them. And I will hold out judgment until I confirm whether or not it is useful. If this vestibule of divergence is in fact what we think it might be, it could very well be useful. The stories of Vox Machina and all of theirs, they saved the world with these things. I will follow you. I have already committed to following all of you into hell. I just want to make sure we are doing it correctly. I am not the brain. As you said, I am very strong. I am the brawn. I just want to make sure that I am being pointed in the right direction. Tactically, if nothing else.
We can make sure of that.
That is all I ask.
I'm just worried we're not ready yet.
Well, take the night, give it some thought, and figure out exactly what we need. Give me a honey-do list, as it were. I find if I write things down, I am more likely to get them done. And I very, very much want to figure out where Hastur is. He was our one advantage. He took everything else from us, made sure he was our one singular advantage. And now he's gone?
Are you saying
God's-
these items aren't advantages?
We are destroying the soul anchor, Miss Sharp. Explain to me how that is advantageous to our plan.
They wanted it. They have to find something else now. It's a hurdle for them.
Yes? But did that have to be us? We have the knowledge, and we have a vast network. We can point the soul towards some of these things. We can point the dynasty towards some of these things. What are the things we, as a small little group of 6, I guess 7 if you include Scoot, need to be pointed at?
I include Scoot.
Rick's gonna turn and look at Scoot,
There's a spider on
and
there.
then realize it's not worth the energy right now.
Can't hit me when I'm over here.
Rick grips his spear, knowing full well he could heave this spear and it would return to his hand. That there is no limit to the range, but sets it back down on his.
The implication is more that it would impale Nimra at the same time than anything else, because it's sitting right here.
Nimra would probably survive, actually. It might
I
not
can
hit.
heal Nimra.
No, and
I'm
Nimra
just saying
has
that's
up to a
his
23
intention.
AC. So,
Oh,
you know,
it's not bad.
might not hit. The shield doesn't extend to Scoot.
Shield doesn't.
You might be right, Miss Sharp. We might be doing the right thing, but I think it is important you all know I am having doubts. We talked at the beginning of this about moving as quickly as we could. And we just spent multiple weeks on the road. We spent days delving into a cavern only for a majority of us to get sick by some magical radiation we cannot determine. And we now know it's going to take no less than 12 days for you all to cure on your own from that. Do we plan on pushing forward? With you all in the state you're currently in? Is that
I
safe?
plan on pushing forward.
Okay. Okay.
We failed to realize just how empowered this group of 6 is. When left to the soul, the previous High Curator, regrettably, I'm sure he did as much as he could. And yet he still perished. We are still standing here today. There is a reason we were carrying the core ourselves. If not escorted by us, do you think Question would have made it that far into the excavation when the soul at the base camp without our knowledge and wherewithal would have made it?
Absolutely
Before
not.
devils?
But Question never should have been down there. When we ran into Question in Ankarel, Question did what Question should have done, which is know her limit. She is a valuable piece of information. Unequivocally, the most important person we have ever come across. She has visions of things, important things, things that affect the entire world, all of Exandria. And she dives into a place that very much is dangerous. I would not take a valuable piece of information with me anywhere where it could be destroyed. She should not have been down there.
Would you say the same for myself?
Absolutely.
Damn, to their face and everything.
I would say the same thing for Huxley. And Celiana. Mariella, meh. And he gives kind of a little smile.
Yeah, I know.
And me, probably. At the top of the stairs, like... Because you think you can do everything by your fucking self. Like, all the fucking time. Always like, oh, I am big man who can fix every problem, and you all stand behind me. I am here, and I squish things. You all little get sick, get hurt, and then I go and I sulk about it afterwards when we should be fucking celebrating. Why doesn't anybody ever want to fucking celebrate shit anymore? That's all I'm saying. Goes to go down the stairs and like almost trips and then stops and just stays at the top of the stairs. That's a piss shit ass attitude that you got. You know, oh, you shouldn't be down there. Why not? Huh? We found that shit because we were all down there. Nimra fucking pinged that shit with their magic, and Mal found the knife, and Seal heard shit and led us around, and Huxley did stuff, I think.
I was there for moral support.
We did stuff. She's not smiling, I am. We did stuff as a team. This is the kind of shit you do as a team. Okay? Next time, if you're so sure, you walk in, we find this fucking zagging shit place, you fucking walk in there and see if you don't die in there by yourself. Right? But, probably not, because I have my spear and all my shit and my shit or whatever. Like, we are there for each other, that's the point. What are you looking at? As people turn away again.
Rick, big ass smile on his face. You are proving my point. It must be done as a team. All I am asking is, why do we have to be the team to do it?
I agree, but do you really trust other people? Do we know anyone to trust with this? I want nothing more than to go into the hells right this moment.
Are you guys for real? The fuck do you mean, why does it have to be us? Because it does.
Because it's a good story?
No, because it fucking does. Because this fell into our fucking lap. Because this came to us. It's happening for a fucking reason. Because everything fucking happens that way. Yeah, sorry, you want to fucking say it sarcastically. Yeah, because it makes a good fucking story. Because that's how that shit works. I don't give a fuck if you think that's stupid or not. Because that's how it works. People don't fucking wake up and go, you know what? I'm gonna fucking save the world. That's not how that fucking works. That's not real. Okay? Ordinary people are thrust into extraordinary circumstances. You are forced to rise to the fucking occasion to meet the moment. So that is what we do here. Or we fucking die trying, and someone else fucking picks up the pieces. Whoever finds our fucking bodies with the clues on them instead. So get the fuck over yourself. Stop asking why us, why me. Just fucking do it. Or quit. Instead of all this fucking bitching all the fucking time. Jeez Louise.
Rick starts laughing. That melancholy. That is the fire we want. 3 weeks ago, you told me you were a nobody and you didn't know why we were here. That is why we are here. That. Bring that fire and we survive.
I hate you, because you always fucking take everything and spin it around to act like that's what you were saying in the first place. That is not what you were fucking saying! You were not right! I was right! I was arguing with you! We were not agreeing! Fuck!
It sounds like we
I
agree.
hate this stupid shit! God, you're just like my dad! Fuck!
I would very much like to meet him.
You are not going anywhere near my fucking parents! She storms up the stairs. And that's what we're gonna call it for tonight, folks. Ending it there. Tish is a little high. We're gonna call it. We're gonna calm down. We're gonna take a week, and you'll be back in the next session to see exactly where we go.
And you will also like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. You will put on notifications for our posts. You will do it.
And
I am mentally commanding you.
Number 4, you're gonna give the screen a big kiss because you love us so much. Thank you. Good night. Yay. Goodbye. We're done. Thank you. I did my spiel.